하나, 둘, 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 하나, 둘, 셋.
모두한테 적용되는 거예요? No, only participants. 오케이, 시작합니다. 시작은 아니에요. 안 되는 동안.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to proceed with the second session. We would like all of our participants to please proceed inside and take your seat. To please proceed inside and take your seats. Thank you very much.
영어 채널 마이크 테스트 중입니다. This is English channel. We will soon begin session 2 of the first KDI World Bank Fiscal Policy for Growth workshop. Testing microphone for English channel. We are testing the English channel. This is English channel for the first KDIS World Bank Fiscal Policy for Growth workshop. We will soon begin session 2 on designing growth policies. We will discuss various aspects of growth policies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and hope you enjoyed your break. We will now begin with session 2 of first KDI School World Bank Fiscal Policy for Growth workshop. Now, the topic for this session is designing growth policies. We have two esteemed speakers joining us virtually through video, and we have Mr. Federico Gil-Sander, Global Practice Manager of Global Macro and Debt Unit of World Bank, and Ms. E. Katrina Vostronotova, Lead Economist and Program Leader for Global Macro and Debt at the World Bank as well. But first, let us connect with Mr. Federico Gil-Sander, Global Practice Manager of Global Macro and Debt Unit of the World Bank. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
I assume you are hearing me well. So I'm Federico. I very much would have liked to be there with you. I really appreciate the opportunity to share with you some of the work that we are doing on economic growth and the new, growth agenda, the revamped, reinvigorated growth agenda of the World Bank. And so this is what I will present as a means of an introduction. I will tell us a little bit about what my unit at the World Bank is doing to revigorate the growth agenda. And then I'll pass to my colleague Katya to discuss in some more detail some of the findings of the upcoming World Development Report, which is on growth, especially middle-income countries. And I will also explain what is the link between this revigorated growth agenda, which is very much linked to job creation, and some of the findings of the WDR that Katya will be presenting. If we can go to the next slide, I probably should have control over this, but maybe if yes, thank you very much. So next slide. Thank you very much. So we have over the past, even maybe less than 6 months, put together a new growth team in my unit, which is under the Global Macroeconomics Trade and Investment unit, We have two subunits. There's the unit that Emilia leads, which works on fiscal policy, tax policy, and its implications for growth. And then my unit looks at issues related to debt. So very much I was hearing some of the questions on the common framework, but today I will talk about the other very important side of the unit that I look at, which is on economic growth and job creation. And what are some of the macroeconomic policies that lead to growth and job creation? So one of the of the WDR is really add a policy link to the report. So not only is it enough to have some diagnostics and understand what are the big bottlenecks to growth, but in particular, so what should policymakers do about it? So we want to really have a specific chapter with a policy matrix that will draw from the analysis of the report and directly be able to guide policymakers into what are the kinds of policy reforms that are going to be needed, for the economy to actually accelerate growth and create more jobs. And in order to do that, and now going back and forth between some of the diagnostics and the policy recommendations, to improve the toolkit, again, to bring what is the kind of the newest innovations in the growth literature to this core World Bank report, so that country teams actually have all of those tools available to them. And I will actually discuss in a couple of minutes two tools to give you an example, to give you a flavor of what we mean by tools and data for growth analysis. I mentioned the strengthening of the link between analytical work and operations, so not only to be able to discuss with policymakers directly what are the policies, but also discuss that in the context of World Bank operations, such as development policy operations. So now the next slide, I think that I already mentioned a little bit about the country growth and jobs report. It's going to be a strategy for countries to generate economic growth and jobs, for poverty reduction, shared prosperity. Now, this next point is very important because you remember that the updated goal of the World Bank is to eliminate poverty and promote shared prosperity on a livable planet. So here we actually must mainstream notions of how the growth needs to be green growth. So climate change needs to be mainstreamed, as well as gender dimensions. How do we actually bring growth to everyone, both men and women, so that women can fully participate, both contribute and benefit from the growth process, as well as taking into account fragility, which in many circumstances undermines the growth process. Here is also important to note that the Country Growth and Jobs Report is complementary to the Country Climate and Development Report, the CCDR, which you may have heard about, which is probably the newest World Bank analytical product. So whereas the Country Climate and Development Report focuses on how to achieve climate goals in a manner that is consistent with growth and development, and so of course there is a conversation with the Country Growth and Jobs Report, the main focus of the Country and Jobs Report is how to achieve economic growth in a way that is also sensitive to climate change, and that also takes into account all of the trends that climate change brings, including both from the industry perspective, but also from the perspective of the impact to the economy. So I mentioned the policy focus, so we can go to the next slide. So you see a lot on policy focus because that's very important. Jobs focus, new tools. And so this slide, I will take the opportunity to emphasize some of the new data. And that goes back to my initial point that if we think about 20 or 30 years ago, only very advanced economies had firm level data, and not a lot of analysis had been developed, not a lot of tools have been developed to analyze such data. But now we actually have a lot more data on firms. We have a lot more data on households and on the jobs that people do based on household surveys. So part of what we want to do in these upgrades is to precisely bring in and curate some of this new data. One of the key sources of data is actually from the World Bank. And I, in fact, started at the World Bank looking at what were called the investment climate assessments, which are based on enterprise surveys. So these surveys, actually the World Bank does them for many, many countries. It's obviously, costly to do firm level surveys, so the World Bank doesn't do it every year. But as part of the revamped, the new kind of upgraded version of what used to be the Doing Business report, which is going to be called the Be Ready. Part of what that team is going to be doing is going to be also collecting a lot more, expanding on the effort of the enterprise surveys and collecting a lot more firm level data. And we, of course, want to use that data and make that available to this new diagnostic. So next slide. So here I will start giving you a couple of examples of what we mean. What are some of these new tools and the new analysis that we want to make available and we want to see in many of the new World Bank growth and jobs reports going forward. So for example, we want to look at the potential impact of reforms at the diagnostic stage of the CEMs before we do an in-depth growth analysis in some of the topical chapters. So two of the tools provide some support for this work. In this first tool, we look at the decomposition of growth drivers by good policy or good luck, by comparing the growth effects from external factors, such as commodity prices and other terms of trade, structural policies or stabilization policies. For the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, we see that the resource-rich countries on the left side, the ones with the bigger red bars, have had a lot of growth attributed to external factors, while others have growth attributed to structural reforms. And in fact, you see that some of the well-performing countries like Chile, they both benefited from good luck as well as good policies, and that's where you actually get some of the highest levels of growth. And in some countries, where even maybe they didn't have as much good luck. If we look at the case of El Salvador, for example, in this sample, or Costa Rica, they had fairly robust growth thanks to reforms as opposed to good luck. So this actually is one of the diagnostics that precisely brings the kind of the policy angle to the CEM. We go to the next slide. So this is another tool to set one of the diagnostic tools to help set the ambition of reforms that are being undertaken. So in the previous slide, we noticed in very aggregate terms, how much of the growth could be attributed to structural reforms or good policies versus good luck. But now let's be a bit more granular and think about, what are some of the specific structural reforms that one can do? And for those specific reforms, how much can we expect in terms of bang for the buck? right? So here we can set an aspirational country, which the current country that we're analyzing would like to model in the next 20 years in terms of structural reforms. So let's say that, I am a lower middle income country and I want to have a government which is as effective as Korea. So I could set, for example, Korea as the aspirational country for my country in the period of 20 years. We then look at a hypothetical scenario where the current country, the current lower middle income country, sets the goal to converge to the target country, in my example, Korea, on the outcomes of structural reforms, human capital accumulation, for example, where Korea really has been a great example. The x-axis of this chart shows how far the country currently is from the target, right? So negative means that it's better than the target country of that indicator. And the y-axis is what the annual growth benefit will be if the country actually catches up with the target country on structural reforms in the next 20 years. So here we can see that this country is very far away in terms of government effectiveness, financial development, regulatory quality, or the availability of latest technologies, but the biggest bang for the buck is on improving government effectiveness. And that's actually quite intuitive. If we think that this may be a lower income country, or actually it's not, it's even not that low income, it's Serbia, sorry, it says there. So even for a country like Serbia, which is a fairly advanced middle income countries, the biggest bang for the buck doesn't come from getting the latest technologies that are available, in this case of the figure itself, Germany, but rather from having a government which is as effective. So that gives you an idea, and it will help countries assess and also prioritize. So here, clearly, the priority is on government effectiveness or human capital or financial development, as opposed to availability of latest reforms or even trade tariffs. This kind of chart also helps us understand which policy areas have the potential to give more growth benefits. And I think that we already went through that. Next slide. So in order to look at this policy impacts, we're going to be providing tools such as the ones that I mentioned. We're going to be ending the report on a policy matrix. And in this slide, I want to discuss just a little bit what we're doing in terms of upgrading also our macro modeling. Right, so within my unit, we have the team that prepares, twice a year during the World Bank annual meetings and the World Bank spring meetings, the macro poverty outlook, which is a country by country analysis, which is based on an economic model for forecasting of those, the near term economic growth of those countries. And in fact, the model tends to perform quite well. So sometimes not many people have seen the macro poverty outlook, but it's actually fairly good country level forecast and a snapshot that is produced twice a year. So we are taking that model, which was designed for a kind of a 3 to 5 year horizon, and we are adapting it to looking at more of the kind of the medium term horizon, which is relevant for looking at questions of economic growth. So questions of economic growth and job creation. So we are incorporating structural transformation and job creation into our macroeconomic model so that it can serve as kind of as a backbone for some of the analysis that is going to be produced in the new country growth and jobs and growth report, and also to allow this report to have some standardized tables where you can quickly go and see, what is based on the scenario of the policy reforms, based on demographics, based on scenarios for investment, what can be expected in terms of longer term growth rates, as well as jobs across different sectors, as well as some measure of the quantity of good jobs which we're still developing. So a lot of new and exciting things that we're working on. This is work that essentially we started, the work on economic growth has been going on at the World Bank for a long time, but within the unit, in terms of this revamping of the CEM 3.0 and the emergence of the growth and jobs report, it has been relatively recent. So we're very excited about all this work and look forward to actually telling you more about some of the pilot countries in a few months, hopefully. But now let me pass to Katya, who can discuss some of the kind of the finding of linking growth analysis to policy from the CM to the WDR. Thank you very much. Now on to you, Katya.
Thank you, Federico. So let me continue a little bit with how we are thinking about linking growth analysis with policy. And I don't seem to be able to change my slide. Oh, here it is. One of the main questions that we ask constantly in our job is, why do some countries grow? And I want to highlight that to me, after having worked on growth for a while, this is really the question. It's not about why some countries do not grow. It's actually why some countries manage and succeed to have the sustained growth. So I have 3 examples here of countries that had been at the same level of income at certain point, but then had very diverging trajectories. So one is, of course, very famous, is South Korea and the Philippines. So we're very similar in the 1960s, and then have diverged quite a bit in growth in GDP per capita in constant prices. Mainly, I guess, due to policies. So we'll discuss that a little bit later. And then there are many other examples. So I have the example of Botswana and Zimbabwe on top, on the right, and then the example of Rwanda and Burundi. So, which were for a while very similar GDP per capita, and then had diverged also due to policies. And so another question that we ask is, how do countries grow exactly? So, for example, one could notice that a growth and level of development kind of correlated in some way, right? So in this chart, just to kind of give you a flavor of that, is you see these 2 groups of countries kind of on the upper curve, right? You have the famous countries in terms of growth, Singapore, Korea, and Japan. And so you see that they kind of grow quite quickly at the middle income stage, but then as they progress towards the high income, growth slows down as they approach the frontier, the technological frontier. Also, there's another group of countries, and you probably want to be in the first group, but not everybody manages to do that. So you see in the lower kind of curve, you also see a similar dynamics in terms of dependence on the level of development, but you see a bit lower growth rates, and there I have India, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. And so kind of this gives you some flavor of perhaps policies should be also different with level of development, and this is a big part of the WDR and how we kind of try to do a taxonomy of policies and think through what policies matter the most. For example, one of the main stylized facts we have is that there's a changing pattern of growth. So you can see in this chart that at low income, it's a physical capital per worker that matters more, and then you can see that the role of total factor productivity is increasing with income. So based on this and other stylized facts in the WDR, we basically make this framework where we'll look at changing patterns of innovation, because we think innovation is very important for growth, and also we look at that in detail. But I wanted to show you this, so we kind of look, depending on level level of development, we'll look at different stages in innovation. So in the low income and lower middle income countries, you have this deepening, the capital deepening, more investment. And then in the next stage, you have a bit more, you still continue the capital deepening, but then you have diffusion and basically imitation, innovation by imitation. Firms are adopting technologies that are new to the firm, but are not new globally, etc. And then that is a very important stage, because the switch happens between kind of depending on more on capital and depending more on productivity for growth. And then in the very last stage of middle income and then going to high income is the productivity that matters more. And it's all about frontier innovation. Well, as you go to the frontier. And then I have this chart, and they have also pictures to kind of illustrate the stages of development. So you see that at the left-hand side in the capital deepening, you still need infrastructure, and education and all the basic things, right? And get the markets right. And then in the middle stage, I have these charts, which I think, these pictures, which I think are very illustrative actually from Korean development. So Samsung used to be a noodle producing company, right? And then by licensing technology from Sanyo and producing televisions, then it kind of became a much more technologically advanced company, and eventually became one of the famous companies globally as well. And then And so Korea is kind of in on the right hand side, and that's where many countries would like to be. But then the question is, how do you get there, I guess. And so one concept that report also builds on is this concept of middle income trap, where we say, well, if you look at in this chart, if you look at the country's per capita income relative to the United States in 1960, that's on the x-axis, on the horizontal axis, and then you look at the same country in 2008. So basically countries that are above the 45-degree line, and you see those kind of colored in blue, those are countries that graduated between 1960 and 2008 from middle income into high income countries. And then countries that are in the middle quadrant, you could say they're in the middle income trap. So basically, you kind of want to know, what does it mean, right? And mostly this is concept that is linked to policy and ability to make a policy switch. So that's how we look at it, not necessarily in terms of levels of income per capita or changing the income per capita, although that's the outcome. But mostly we look at it from this perspective. So middle income trap is an inability to switch policy depending on level of development. So I have this arrow here, and so basically it's imitation. When you're switching from imitation to frontier innovation, something doesn't work, or for some reason this doesn't happen, and these are the countries that get a little bit stuck in the middle income mostly. So also on kind of around innovation policy or innovation outcome is not the only thing that kind of defines your growth strategy or how you think about the growth strategy. So on the one hand, on the left-hand side, you have by income level, the same thing I was saying before. So there's investment and capital deepening stage, there's the imitation stage, and then there is a frontier innovation stage. But then the complementary policy also change with the level of development. So for example, at the low income and low middle income is market creation and maybe learning by importing that matter more, or that start developing. Then eventually you have scaling up. So companies enter in the first stage, and then they kind of grow, more productive firms start growing, emerge, etc., and scale up. And then maybe on trade side is more about starting to export and starting to participate in the value chains. And then at the third stage, closer to the high income, you have domestic and external pressures to discipline incumbents, which become important. So basically trade and competition policy become more important in how they stimulate innovation by incumbents, because incumbents are those that are the most capable to do innovation given their size and experience. So in the report, in the World Development Report of 2024, we start by looking at distortions and growth. So here are some stylized facts. So we'll look at several countries that had growth acceleration. So on the left-hand side up there, I have a chart that shows distortions decline with development. So on the x-axis is the GDP per capita measure, and on the y-axis is productivity-dependent distortion. So you see that countries like Ethiopia and Kenya have high distortions that affect their productivity, and countries like Finland and France have higher GDP and lower distortions, right? So we kind of try to exploit this fact and look at what are distortions exactly, how they manifest themselves, and what does that mean for policy. So on the right-hand side, I have two charts. So one is the growth acceleration. So basically, and this is for three countries that we are studying more in depth, so China, India, and Chile. So you can see that these countries have had some growth accelerations. And on the right-hand side, at the same time, I have what did that mean for productivity-dependent distortions? And you see that with the growth accelerations, you have also reduction in distortions. So in a way, this is a hint for policy that if you could reduce distortions, that perhaps would bring you growth. And that's, but then the question is, what are those policies that reduce distortions? And so also reductions in distortions will stimulate firm employment growth. So Federico mentioned in the beginning the importance of that, and that policies to stimulation of growth also increase employment. So one feature of high distortions that you can see on the left-hand side is that the distribution of firms, so basically developing countries and middle-income countries with high distortions usually have too many small firms, so they don't have enough large firms. You see in the USA, there are quite a bit of large firms, so employment size and on the x-axis, right? And the more to the right you go, the bigger the firms. So USA has some of firms there, and then it has some small firms as well. But then if you look at these countries as India, Mexico, and Peru, you see they have way more small firms. And it's not on the chart, but one of the other things that we notice is that these firms are also old. So there are a lot of old small firms, meaning the firms had entered and they never grew and they remained small throughout their life cycle, which is an indication that maybe creative destruction doesn't really work properly. So firms that are not productive don't exit, and firms that are productive for some reason do not grow. Or maybe there are no incentives for growth of firms. But when firms do grow, then on the right-hand side, I have an example from some of the India's firms, some of their technology giants. And you can see that when they do grow, then they can create quite a bit of employment. And so the shift from kind of high distortions in these countries on the left-hand side, right, that have too many small firms, if these firms or productive firms amongst those small firms had grown, you can shift to this USA situation where you would actually create more and more formal employment as well. So one way then how we look at policy, sorry, this is very complicated chart, but so the main kind of premise, so we'll look at this distortion index that we already looked at in the previous chart, and you see that in the star countries, Chile, China, and India, you can see distortions going down. At the same time, in the same exact years, if you look at policy indices, and I only have two here, for example, on top right, so basically you see at the same time as distortions are going down, trade liberalization index goes up. So there is trade is more liberalized, and as I mentioned before, this is kind of a contestability device where you can discipline your firms to be better. That's through trade. And second is product market liberalization index. So basically, it's better competition. Also at the same time, well, maybe except maybe China is a bit stagnant, but India and Chile at this time are improving. And then we've looked at other things. And so labor market policies are amongst those that do not correlate so much with reduction in distortions, but there are reasons for that, I guess, as well, we can discuss. So one of the kind of characteristics, right, of growth and creative destruction working well, and maybe objectives of policy, right, is to improve technology absorption. That's what happens in the middle of this of the middle income level, I guess. So on this chart, I wanted to show you kind of how this happens. So we have a spotlight in the WDR on the telecom sector. So on the top picture, so up there, right, I have two countries. I have Egypt on the left and I have Japan on the right. And this chart just shows how the 2G technology changes to 3G and changes to 4G. So if you look at Japan, so here, you can see that Japan, as 2G technology kind of goes down in use, immediately you have 3G technology developing and taking over the market. And as 3G kind of goes down, then 4G comes up. And then as 4G goes down, the 5G comes in, right? And so you can see these beautiful curves here as how these technologies basically take over from each other very quickly. But and this basically shows very quick technology absorption. But then you look at the left-hand side for Egypt, you see a very messy chart, right? So at the same time, basically you have, Egypt had the same technologies available, but yet 2G lingers and lingers, right? And also almost never goes away. 3G very slowly develops, 4G also extremely slowly develops, and that this country hasn't gotten in the same period of time to 5G technology. So one of the things the spotlight looks at is competition policy. And basically, if you look at the lower chart, part of the chart, in the telecom sector, 4 companies is very common. Many countries just have four companies in the telecom sector. So it's not about how many companies you have, but how many times the leading company can change, right? So you see in Egypt, all companies keeping their market shares. Nothing is changing. But then for Japan, even though it also has only 4 companies, first you have entry of one company, but you also have this leading market shares changing between 2 leading companies as well. We kind of emphasize the role of competition policy for technology absorption in the countries. Another kind of way how we look at competition policy in incentivizing incumbent innovation. So there is this paper that we did not develop, but it's available. Basically shows that the more connected firms are, the less they innovate. So, but that's for Italy. So there are patent data available. So in this chart, you see this chart from Axegit et al. To 2023. So basically see firms that are market leaders, that are very connected, they innovate much less than other firms. So that is really what you're going to try to avoid once you're moving towards frontier innovation. So you really need to develop ways of how to discipline these firms that have huge incentives to not to innovate, but actually use their market power and other things to distort the market. So basically, this is one of the main principles that we look for in policy, is how do you fix creative destruction when you get more to that side of where innovation becomes much more important, or where the frontier innovation becomes more important. So on the left-hand side, you see this picture where the incumbent is big, right? And it kind of closed the market. So while entrants want to enter the market, it doesn't let them do so. And so incumbents kind of protect their markets and do not let the entrant in. So they're kind of pushing in the different directions, and technology frontier doesn't shift. So just like in Egypt. And then on the right-hand side, and that's where everybody wants to go, right, is where entry is not constrained by the incumbent. So in this case, when entrants enter the market, they can compete with the incumbent. And then from that competition, you have competition on innovation, and then technology frontier of the country shifts you're right, and then at some point can catch up with the global technology frontier. So we are looking in the WDR at some ways to how you could do this. One of which is competition policy, and here's an example from one of the papers that we also did for the Latin America report. It's a bit of a convoluted chart, but just wanted to show you how it actually a competition policy can actually impact on productivity. So on the left-hand side, you see 3 countries, Chile, Uruguay, and Colombia, where there has been antitrust enforcement. So basically breaking up of cartels, or punishing dominant behavior, like anti-competitive behavior by dominant firms. So you can see that improves TFP, but that improves TFP of the leading firms, not of all firms. So basically, the enforcement of competition incentivizes incumbent firms. And we have other charts where it's about old firms, mostly those that are disciplined. You can see that this enforcement of competition does incentivize these incumbents to increase TFP. And then on the right-hand side, we had data for Chile for innovation, and you can see that every kind of innovation is increasing for firms that are 25 years and above in Chile following this antitrust enforcement. So basically shows that this TFP increases are not just TFP increases for whatever reason, but they're actually driven by innovation, by these incumbents, by older firms, by larger firms, and by leading firms in productivity sense. So that's just an empirical evidence that these policies can actually work. But then that's not everything, right? So there are kind of two sides for the technology adoption. So for example, this is an example from Mexico, and it's a paper by colleagues from the World Bank from 2016. Basically, you see that even though all firms in Mexico have access to computers, only firms that are in high competition with China, in this case with China, they actually use them to increase productivity. So other firms that are in low competition environment, they do have computers, but they do not use them to increase productivity. So there is this connection between innovation policy and competition policy coming from these two sides. So more competition increases innovation and vice versa. So basically in the WDR, we then look at these two themes, two threads in policy. We think that two key changes are needed in growth policy as you kind of move along the income per capita. So one is from distortive and direct support policies to more horizontal policies. An example I'll make in the next slide is basically, for example, size-dependent policies decline with income level. And the second is tailoring policies to income level. So an example would be that in many countries that aspire to be higher middle income, or in some middle income countries, the government decides that they need to support R&D because that's how they will increase productivity and become, something like Korea. And then studies show that these R&D subsidies are very often do not lead to productivity increases, and actually just a waste of money, because there is no infrastructure that would support this innovation. So basically need to move in stages in the exact same way as Korea did in order for these policies to be effective. So this is some of the examples we have, so from different papers. So one is basically, if you look at regulatory distortions induced by the state, you could see them declining on the left-hand side with income per capita. And then if you look in this other paper also from colleagues from the World Bank, you see that production and efficient size-dependent tax enforcement policies also decline. So basically, large firms are taxed less, or with the level of development. So size-dependent policies decline. And then on the last example, the proportion of size-dependent policies in direct support programs also declines with level of income. So basically, they kind of go hand in hand, coming from the direct support to more horizontal policies. They come hand in hand with growth. So this is the same thing said maybe in the more systematic way, but basically you kind of move from market development or directed market development, where state-owned enterprises have different functions, not just production function, but also social functions, etc. Then you move a little bit next to picking winners, perhaps. So you have very directed sector policies. Then eventually you move to much better policies that you decide, okay, those policies that have externalities are actually much more important and effective. And then while your income grows, then you have more horizontal policies. And then you have kind of competition safeguards. So we can talk about this later. So this is the framework for the WDR, more or less. So we already discussed this policy priorities of invest and imitate, and then invest, imitate, and innovate. And then kind of on the supporting policies, the priorities change from expanding economic freedoms for market opportunities, so creating markets, creating factor markets, etc. And capital and investment, you go to promoting merit activities, meaning productive firms grow for productive expansion of enterprises. And then you move to discipline incumbents, so to ensure that they do innovate. And it's not to say that at each step only these policies matter. So it's like a ladder, right? So these policies matter always. Then the middle portion, just steps in at a certain level of income, but then it stays as a priority. It's just that the kind of the new policy shifts change, I guess. And so what we then focus on mostly in the policy chapter is to see that how can you introduce contestability into industrial policy. So together with all these horizontal efforts, right, together with efforts to improve factor markets, provide financing, improve education, you do have always industrial policy as well. And what are the features of this industrial policy that would be successful to accompany your growth strategy? So here we look a lot up to Korea. And there's a lot written about this, but just want to mention a couple of things. So one, one is this contestability enters. So we know chaebols, right? You can also talk about kind of the pros and cons and what that means for the economy. But one huge policy change or huge policy feature that Korea has and other countries that have SOEs or large conglomerates do not have or didn't have maybe at the same level of development is that the government disciplined these chaebols by mandating exports, right? So if you mandate exports and these firms have to compete on international markets, then that kind of puts this incumbents discipline on them, and then they cannot they would focus on that, and then those markets are much bigger, the technology frontier is much higher, etc. And so they would compete with other firms in those export markets, and that would be a good thing for domestic markets. And second is this that policies were constantly tailored to level of development in Korea. So as you know, the Korean colleagues I'm sure know better than I do, the state-led growth in partnership with chaebols, and then for the imitation capital accumulation stage, and then the model shifted to more market-driven growth model. Actually, there were a lot of reforms for competition policy, so that ensured contestability. And direct support policies also shifted. I have an example on next page, and that's one of my last slides. And then as discussion unfolded today on the fiscal policy, so yeah, this is where you kind of think, when is it time to reduce direct support to powerful incumbents? And when is it time to push more on competition policy? And when it is time to push more on R&D or other frontier innovation support policy? So this is one of the examples we use. This is from, sorry, I didn't put, from Sinatis and Shim. So they have this is a very beautiful chart, I think, that illustrates this change in policies that Korea tailored its policies, including direct support, to level of development. So you see that the subsidies for technology adoption decline gradually with development, while the subsidies for innovation increase. And that's exactly what we would want to do. And that's exactly the policy that would be effective, because in the beginning, innovation subsidies would not be very effective, but adoption subsidies would be. And so this switch is really key to kind of industrial policy that is tailored to the level of development. And so basically, and then in WDR, we look at these different areas of policies and kind of see how they should change with level of development. And then we provide some specific examples of how other countries did it. And I already mentioned, so I don't want to go in there. And this is my last slide. So I just wanted to also come back to what Federico was saying in the beginning, right? To kind of all this many charts on industrial policy and growth that I gave you, but basically circle it back to what Federico was saying on the importance of having a deliberate growth strategy. So these are pictures actually from Dr. An, who was speaking earlier today, and this is from his paper that he wrote for our standard and everybody to kind of fall behind it, which we don't have in all of the countries that we're working in. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sander and Ms. Snorotova, for paving the way for understanding the circumstances involved in crafting policies for sustainable growth. Thank you once again for your wonderful presentations. Now, I would like to introduce our designated discussant, Dr. Tabakis Chrysostomas, professor at the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, specializing in international trade. Please welcome Professor with a big round of applause.
Oh, thank you very much. I apologize for my voice. I'm still what is left from a cold I had last week. I'm fine now, but my voice is still a bit coarse. I'm sorry for that. It's a great pleasure to be here and a great honor. And I think this is a very interesting workshop. I have learned a lot. And I'm very happy to actually see many of my students here who after a tough semester, tough final, they're here to learn more, so that's the right spirit. Thank you. So I got this presentation material yesterday, so I didn't have a lot of time to do many things, but I want to share a few thoughts. First of all, I think this was a very interesting and insightful presentation. I think had very valuable lessons for academics and policymakers in developed and developing countries. And there were very important insights into, let's say, the changing patterns of growth, capital versus TFP, drivers of growth, ramifications of distortions, implications of competition policy and increased competition, and also policy priorities by level of development. So all of these were very interesting. So I will just share a few thoughts after looking at these slides. I think the first thing is one, I wouldn't say missing, but the one important thing that we should all think about is shared prosperity, income inequality. We know this has been increasing. I just found this from the Brookings Institute. The author is Qureshi. This shows the richest 10% income share, both developed, advanced, and emerging economies. I mean, the picture is clear. Inequality in many places is increasing. COVID didn't help. So this is something we need to think about carefully, because growth is important, and of course we understand maybe to combat poverty, to increase prosperity, we need growth, but also we need to have more equitably distributed growth. And for example, if we don't do that, there can be very adverse consequences even for growth. There is literature showing, for example, how inequality is linked to support for populist parties. And there are many studies on this in the political science literature, in the economics literature. And of course, I don't need to convince you, if you have populist parties, most likely this is not very good for growth. So this is something we need to think about carefully. I saw a key upgrade of CEM 3.0 is the tools to distill the implication of economic growth in job creation, job quality measures. I was very happy to see this discussion about job quality, because very often we talk about employment and employment, but the quality of job also is very important. Not only because of life satisfaction, but also like even productivity. I'm interested, because I couldn't find the presentation, what measures of job quality are included in this. I would be curious to learn more about that. I also recently saw a paper by Acemoglu and Restrepo, because also we need to think about also the future of labor in general, because we know technological change has been biased towards automation. I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but this has implications for labor and for prosperity. And also AI is moving in a certain direction, and there is this maybe call from Acemoglu and Restrepo that, of course, we shouldn't stop AI, but we should think about the direction of AI, because we cannot forget about labor and what direction AI should take. Again, it's food for thought. Many of the things discussed, structural reforms, distortions, competition, of course, are linked to institutions and deeper institutional reforms. And we do know that not all institutions are created equal. Some are more important than others. This has been shown in the literature. But we do know that institutional strengthening and, let's say, removing distortions is very difficult, and it takes a lot of time. So what can we do? I don't know, maybe there is some discussion, maybe we can look for some kind of smart institutional reforms in the short run, maybe some kind of low-hanging fruits to get some quick wins, and then this might actually help bring about more reforms. For example, a good example is Chile's budget system. Everybody talks about how that is done well there. Also, I saw Botswana. Botswana is managing very well I think it's called Pula, the Pula Fund, about the diamonds. So things can be done. Also, politics matter. Special interest groups matter a lot. Many of these things are not easy to do, to implement. I got a couple of days ago from one of my friends in DC, Chad Bown, who's at the Peterson Institute, some information. So in any given year, about 10 to 15,000 people work in Washington's $4 billion lobbying industry. This is a big industry. I'm not saying it's not important, but it can also prevent removing distortions. And actually, exactly because politics matter, special interest groups matter, actually this might actually explain maybe why some countries are actually trapped in this middle income trap. And of course, talking about reforms of institutions, being a trade economist, I cannot forget about international institutions. WTO is in need of serious reform. We know that. And there has been a lot of problems in dealing with that. I have a minor question. It's from the presentation. And I see they find a positive sign for the labor market liberalization in this table 2 when they look at this distortions index, and it seems that labor market reforms don't help. Actually, they move this in the opposite direction. So I was curious about that. What is the intuition about that? And finally, last but not least, there's a very interesting discussion about changing policy priorities with the level of development. But one thing I think it's important is also to think about, given whatever level of development and whatever priorities, policy coherence is also important. Because very often you see in countries policies that are basically contradicting each other, they are counteracting each other. So there's an interesting paper by Danny Roderick that he tried to analyze export subsidization programs in 6 countries, Korea, Brazil, Kenya, Bolivia, India, and Turkey. And he saw one of the main factors explaining the success or failure of these programs was exactly this policy coherence. But very often, policy coherence doesn't mean you cannot change your policy, but it means your priorities should be clear and the priorities should not be contradicting each other. So I think there's some important lessons to learn from that too. So this is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Christos Thomas, for sharing your thought-provoking opinions with us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with our discussion as well as our Q&A. We will be needing a few moments to prepare the stage. And we would love to hear from you. If you have any questions or comments regarding to our presentations, please raise your hand and our staff will hand over the mic to you. And now I would like to invite our discussant and our chair up to the stage, as well as our speakers virtually. And if you are ready, Chair, please take the stage.
Thank you very much for insightful presentations by growth team at the World Bank. And also a very informative discussion by Professor Tabakis. First of all, the presenters may respond to the comments by Professor Tabakis. Could you respond?
So shall I get started, Katya, and then I'll pass it back to you? So one of the very good comments that were made is, how do we define jobs? And this is actually a big conversation that we're having right now, because as I mentioned, the way that I personally like to think about jobs is that it's what intermediates the economic growth and poverty reduction and shared prosperity. So they cannot be just any jobs, because most people in developing countries, they do something. They have income from labor, right? So if we actually think of jobs as people who have income from labor, many people already have jobs, but maybe those jobs are not sufficient to get them out of poverty. And many of those jobs people would not consider very dignified jobs. They may not have any kind of protection. They may not even be safe jobs. So I don't think that we want to consider any jobs. But at the same time, we probably don't want to go to the other extreme and think of only, formal sector jobs with, all kinds of, benefits and guarantees as the types of jobs that we would track and that we would find desirable, because there may be other jobs that do not come with all of these things, especially again in developing economies, but which actually provide income, which provide some kind of stability, which are safe enough, to generate poverty reduction and share prosperity. So this is still very much of a live debate of where do we end up in this spectrum. I think that clearly, again, not not just absolutely any jobs or anyone with labor income, but probably also not, the most formalized and full of jobs with many benefits. But of course, that's going to be something that is very important. And in terms of modeling, I think that right now our focus is to model employment in different sectors, because as we know, the better jobs are going to be created in services and manufacturing and not in agriculture, especially as countries experience structural transformation. So that's one of the clear kind of research agenda right now in terms of expanding the model. But maybe now I pass to Katya for some of the other comments, and then if needed, I can come back. Thanks.
Yes, thanks so much. Excellent comments, and apologies for sending the presentation a bit late, but yeah, you definitely got the maximum out of it. So I wanted to mention two things. So since we're talking about jobs, then maybe a question about the labor market reform. So it was a surprising result for us too, but I guess it's then we looked at kind of how do labor market reforms move, and they actually don't move much. So that's probably the reason, right? There's not many reforms. There are a lot of rigidities in the labor markets, and those do not tend to be corrected because, because it's politically sensitive issues. But so then basically countries develop despite of the rigidities in the labor markets mostly. But yeah, this is something. And then if you look at kind of what those changes in the labor market regulations might do to your growth, they actually could have very big impacts, but not many countries do that. So that's one of the directions I think we're also going to try to look at together with our poverty colleagues when we're thinking about reforms for growth, to look at that. And then on institutions, I agree with you. It's a big elephant in the room as always, right? But then unfortunately, there isn't much quantitative things that are done on institutions that we could employ in the CEMs and in analysis of growth. One of the main issues, I think, is that the standard policies, if they apply to bad institutions, so if the institutions are not developed enough to kind of, transmit this to the economy, then these policies would be ineffective or even harmful. So like one example I was giving today was about kind of applying very sophisticated policies to countries where the institutions have not developed enough. And I was making an example of R&D subsidies, but you can think about any other policy, for example. So we are working on this, but I think the progress is a bit slow given that there is not much quantitative literature. But we have written very recently a paper together with Professor Robinson from University of Chicago, where we're trying to quantify the institutional change and how policies might be affecting that, and vice versa. So hopefully we can make some advances in that direction soon. But I like your idea about what we can do, smart reforms in specific institutions like those you mentioned. So as we think about it, maybe we can employ something like that in the meantime, while we still do not have a huge theory and quantitative analysis. One thing there is that this principle of level of development really matters for policies, is also important there. So for example, Federico mentioned that we are mainstreaming fragility into the CEMs. So there we're actually thinking a lot about structural reform implementation, right? And so the different levels of fragility differ also with level of development. So problems with institutions are different, right? So some countries have huge violence, some countries are at war. So these are some specific types of fragility that there can be, institutional change as well. And then other countries, maybe more towards higher middle income, they struggle with other things, like, for example, government procurement or other government effectiveness institutions that affect policies. And then on policy coherence, I also agree with you. And I think that's kind of why we're talking about the growth strategy, right? So because if you have a growth strategy, that should put some discipline on how you think about your different policies. So they all should be coherent with each other. So for example, what I was talking about today is industrial policy, then really needs to be coherent with any other growth policy. So if you're having horizontal policies, and then you think that you really need to have some kind of industrial policy in the good sense of the word, right, you should think about whether it introduced distortions or not. So, for example, size-dependent policies, while you might think that your small and medium enterprises are constrained in finance, and you want to provide some direct support to them, you should be really mindful of whether that introduces distortions. So, if, for example, your assessment that these enterprises initially were much more financially constrained was not correct, or was not exactly correct for all of them, then you're subsidizing unproductive firms and you're introducing a huge distortion to your economy. So on the one hand side, you're trying to stimulate growth. On the other, you're actually reducing it through this policy. So I think it is very important a point, and thank you for making it. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Any comment or question
I,
from the floor?
I have two short questions.
Oh,
Thank
yeah,
you so
yeah.
much.
Where? Yeah, in the
Yeah.
back.
Regarding the policy, we are grappling with the definition, in fact, the policy definition. For instance, in Denmark, there is still an issue between, to navigate between the complexity versus the responsiveness of the policy. Likewise, in Switzerland, there's a issue of efficiency versus the responsiveness. So in the sense, we don't have a definition to have the fit for purpose, one size fit for purpose. So in that sense, what does, the panelists would to actually advise us, to have a definition corresponding to the level of income, or on the basis of national or regional priorities? That is my first question. And the second thing is, in the morning panel, the esteemed speakers highlighted on that natural capital, in the sense total carbon pricing and all. And there was a prominent statement on that distributional impact. We totally agree. However, to start with, we need a kind of pathways, in the sense the timing and the baseline. So from where to start? So in that overall fiscal framework, where does that total carbon pricing and those natural capital features? So these are my two questions. Thank you.
First question is, what kind of objective a policy can have? Is that the first question? Level of income or some specific objective? Is it correct? The second one, I'm sorry, could you rephrase your second question a little bit more?
Sorry, maybe even the first question, it looks like I'm not really clear. I mean to say the policy definition generally is in contextual, in a sense it's not really kind of one size fits all. So what does actually the policy definition correspond to a level of income, the low middle income or low income countries?
Oh,
so in a sense we really need to have the very clear approach in the definition itself, in the overall policy landscape.
Yeah,
that's
so
the number
policy
one.
objective can change depending on the income, the level of development. Is that your first question?
And some has, policies with a legitimate, in a sense, it is endorsed by a parliament. And some are still policy is kind of a subjective, and it remains at the very technical guide. So what does that policy definition means to me? Yeah.
So could you respond to the first question? Policy objective may change depending on the level of development.
Yeah, sure. I can start, and then maybe Federico has something to add. I guess the question was more about how you coordinate, right, between policies that change with level of income or development, right, with the national priority. So I guess that's exactly, the question about having this national strategy, growth strategy, where you think about kind of how these policies interact with each other, no? So and of course, many things. So the framework that I shown, you actually could, if you think a little bit more, you cannot actually pinpoint specific levels of income for each policy change. And we tried that, and this didn't work. And why is that? Is because economies are very complex, right? So if you think today, we had this discussion, for example, about semiconductors. So semiconductor industry, right? So you would imagine that some of the high technology industries are already more advanced than some of the low technology industries, even within the same country. So then policies that you apply to different industries also should be different, right? So say if you want technology absorption in agriculture, right? Maybe it's still at the low level of technological development. It's one thing, and you'll have different policies there. But if you're thinking about another industry that is much more advanced and much closer to frontier of that industry globally, then you're going to have different policies. So you're going to then maybe have much more innovation-based, innovation-driven policies in that industry than in agriculture. So it's a bit difficult, I think. You cannot really be very, categorical in when you think about this, because and it's not only level of development that matters, but also structure of economy and all these other things. So it is a difficult act for policymakers, and that's, I think, why it is so difficult to build these growth strategies. But hopefully our research and our work on CEMs and on the WDR kind of gives us some of the pointers towards what works, what doesn't. And so that's the objective. But yes, we don't have the answer for this. And Federico, I'll let him answer on the natural resource question, maybe more, but I wanted to mention on that in connection to industrial policy. So Felipe Aguillon has some series of lectures on this, actually, on carbon tax. And I just want to mention that it's about policy coordination, right? So he proves, for example, that for developed countries, you cannot just fix these problems because there are too many externalities. There are too many market failures. It's not just one where you don't have green technology absorption. There are others as well. So it's not enough to just have carbon tax to fix these things. So he argues actually for developed countries, not for developing countries, but he argues that you should have carbon tax. And in addition, you should have industrial policy in green industries, because otherwise, if you don't have industrial policy, but very well thought through industrial policy, then carbon tax will be prohibitively high. So you won't be able to implement it. So that's another kind of way in which this policy coherence and coordination is very important from the growth perspective. But I let Federico talk about the natural resource.
Thank you. No, so I think that, of course, the point of how the policy mix needs to be very highly tailored to the country. I think that this is why, it's the country growth and jobs report, right? So it's going to be the Indonesia or the Philippines country and growth report, because we recognize that each country will have its very unique features. And obviously we want to help provide the tools that help teams organize, some of the analysis, but the specific policy mix is going to be highly country dependent. And I think that this is especially true for, resource-rich countries. Where clearly the resource is one big source of comparative advantage, and we have emerging comparative advantage in some of the green minerals for transition. But the question is, how do countries go beyond that? Because in the past, the growth strategies of some of the countries with high levels of natural resources ended up not being very inclusive or not very long lasting, especially when the price of those commodities decline. So I think that we've all want to emphasize that countries need to, some of the policy countries need, and I think that chart illustrated that in the case of Chile, for example, which is a country which is very wealthy in natural resources, that you also need to be sure to convert some of those natural resource revenues into new sources of comparative advantage. And those are going to be largely by improving the quality of institutions, the effectiveness of government, boosting human capital, that will naturally create some of the conditions for industries to emerge that will either leverage on those comparative advantages, right? So many countries have been, playing with moving downstream from the mineral production. I mean, I think that the case of Indonesia is one where the government has been very actively trying to build the downstream industries of batteries. Even, countries in Africa like DRC, there's an interest in moving downstream. But I think that countries need to realize that that's only going to be feasible if they actually address some of the bigger bottlenecks. Like, do you have the human capital to manage and to operate some of those downstream industries? Do you have the right government institutions so that investors can have safe returns? You have a financial sector that can finance it, and you have infrastructure that can actually, bring in reliable electricity. So there's a lot of kind of building blocks, not beyond just having the resource for countries that want to build downstream industry. And they may realize that actually once they build all of those, infrastructure or institutions, that there may be other industries that they have a better vocation for, including the countries that are very rich in some of the natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope their comments can be an answer to both of the questions. I'm afraid that we cannot take more questions. We have wonderful session. Thank to presenters and discussants for the wonderful job. I think it's time for lunch. We deserve lunch, and it's time for lunch. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing your wonderful perspectives with us. Please give another big round of applause to our speakers, chair, and discussant. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for lunch. Lunch will be served at the next hall for our speakers and discussants. For our speakers and discussants, please move to the moderator hall, which is the next venue. And for our participants, lunch will be served at your seat. Now, those of you who prefer a vegetarian, please place the back of your name tag on the table where it's indicated vegetarian so that our staff will know and will be served as your preference. So please enjoy, and our next session will proceed at 2:25. So please be prompt. Once again, please return by 2:25. Please enjoy your lunch. Welcome back, everyone, and hope you enjoyed your lunch. We will now proceed to the third session of the first KDI School World Bank Fiscal Policy for Growth workshop. While we proceed with our presentations, please submit your questions and comments through the official YouTube channel of KDI School in the chat box. Your comments are greatly valued. Now, let me introduce our first speaker for our afternoon session, Mr. Paolo Di Lorenzo. Mr. Lorenzo is a senior economist for fiscal policy and sustainable growth at the World Bank, and he'll be presenting on restoring fiscal sustainability and space after a large adverse shock. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's of course a big honor for me to be invited to deliver this presentation. It's also a big responsibility to be the first speaker after the lunch break. It's usually the most challenging spot. I'm glad to have it, and I will do my best to make it interesting and not too long. So, as the Dean said this morning during his opening remarks, fiscal policies has a lot of things to do currently. It's especially generating or restoring fiscal space, despite the large structural uncertainty that is at the global level, while delivering on new commitments like financing decarbonization, green transition, and keep reducing poverty or demographic challenges in one direction or another, because of aging society or very young society, where many jobs have to be created, or also work for industrial transformation. It's probably the biggest policy challenges for fiscal policymakers nowadays. So these require interventions at every level. Today we already discussed a little bit in more detail what tools and criteria to use to analyze and reform domestic revenue mobilization on public spending and make it more efficient. We will see more about that also tomorrow. This presentation instead will take a more aggregate focus as it relates on the big questions. Why adjusting public finance? If fiscal adjustment, how we can make it politically convenient, and if so, how to design in a successful way that, let's say, they don't kill the patients. You know, when they say the surgery was very successful, but the patient died. That's not what we want to happen. So that's not this one. Okay. So I will present a little bit the objective of the draft paper that with my colleague Eric we are preparing. We will see why that's already been a little bit the topic of this morning, why fiscal adjustment are needed in this moment. Then before going on the economics of fiscal adjustment, we will look also at the political economy, because sometimes the real question, and having worked in the past in a Ministry of Finance, it's not how to design the adjustment, but it's also how to convince the policymakers that the adjustment will not impact on their election possibilities, re-election possibilities and the probabilities. And then we will look also how to design adjustment that are supposed to minimize the negative impact on the economy. And finally, we will look at some evidence from a past episode of fiscal adjustment on the basis of a new data set that we are preparing. It's a data set that put together data from more than 180 countries using data from the World Economic Outlook, from the GFS database, but also the World Bank data set, like the one that we use for the production of the macro poverty outlook twice a year. So the objective is to have a user-friendly guide on a topic that is very investigated in the economic literature, and its primary audience will be the World Bank country economists and other practitioners that work with governments to devise fiscal strategies. And at the beginning, the paper was supposed to be like a guide to inform after the COVID crisis and then the Ukraine war crisis. But now we are trying to broaden the scope to go beyond adjustment that follows large shocks, but are for every kind of consolidation. Not only when you have a big shock with a big policy response and then you need basically to pull back a little bit and to restore fiscal space. So we will present also concrete cases of adjustment episode drawing from this new data set under construction. So why, first question, why are fiscal adjustment needed? Yep. So there are two cases. The snowball effect, that is when after years of decisions that are probably unsustainable, you have government are find in a situation where their fiscal numbers are deteriorating slowly, but in a continuous way. So they need to start rethinking their fiscal strategy, or you can basically fall off the cliff. You can have situations where even if you have good macroeconomic policy, macro-fiscal policies, large shocks affect the country and the situation has to be restored. So fiscal space has to be restored. And there are situations where you have both things. You have an economic crisis triggered by large adverse events like thermal trade shocks, natural disasters, a sudden increase in global interest rates that generates a fiscal crisis. But maybe you have some domestic vulnerabilities that have like external debt or low international reserves that act as shock amplifier. So you have the interaction of the two generates a situation where the fiscal policies are no longer sustainable and are rethinking, and a change, of course, is unavoidable. So here we have, we have some result from our database. We're using several definitions of fiscal consolidation that are similar. Some of them are similar to some examples that are in the literature, especially a paper from a researcher from the IMF, Escolano, from 2014. So, for instance, we use a gap in the debt stabilizing primary balance of at least 2% of GDP, or we use an increase in the cyclical adjusted balance or in the primary balance, or a consolidation that takes place for at least 3 years. And we look both the case in where we have a narrow definition where all the 5 criteria are valid. In this case, we have found 70 episodes of fiscal consolidation, or we can have only let's say a looser definition where only the last 2 are valid. In this case, we have more episodes. We have more than 200 episodes of fiscal consolidation that have taken place. And you can see also what is the distribution in terms of the size of fiscal consolidation, or in terms of improvement in the primary balance. And we have also another refinement. We look also if this episode, here we are referring to the 200 cases. Yep. Are two definitions to see if they have been following an economic or fiscal shock or not. So it's we have a definition based on the build-up of debt to GDP in the previous 5 years, or a contraction in GDP per capita. And we see that usually fiscal consolidation or adjustment follow more often not episode of shocks, more what I say the snowball effect in the previous slide is more a deterioration that accumulate over time of fiscal imbalances. And this is especially true in terms if we use only the definition of contraction in GDP per capita. So this is a chart to show. This chart to show how debt has increased a lot even before COVID. Manuel already presented something similar this morning, just to say that basically in 2019, level of debt in emerging economies was higher than the debt prior to the global financial crisis. So basically the suggestion of fixing the roof while the sun is shining that was given a lot during those years not really was followed by government. Here we can see some how government and on the left-hand charts, how the government, what was the fiscal policy response to the COVID crisis. We see that emerging economies, they use much less resources than advanced economy, but still that debt situation deteriorate a lot, and they're really not expecting to go back to their deficit position before 2028. While for low-income countries, the situation, they didn't have a lot of fiscal space. They act more with the adjustment of automatic stabilizers, but still they have a huge increase in debt, also because of the impact on the denominator. And another aspect of fiscal adjustment that is rarely considered is the interaction between fiscal imbalance and external account. There are a lot of talks about the monetary and fiscal policies nexus, a little bit less on the link with the current account. That is a little bit strange to explain, since classic structural adjustment policies, they work on reducing fiscal absorption in order to restore external sustainability. And especially if a country doesn't have a flexible exchange rate as a shock absorber. Evidence showed that also current account balance sharply decline during a short-lived episode of fiscal consolidation and stay permanently lower. So pointing to a direction that goes from fiscal to external sector. And currently we have a large number of emerging economies where they have a situation of twin deficit. So with both a large fiscal deficit and external account deficit. And some evidence, some empirical work made by authors show that 1% point of GDP of fiscal consolidation can raise the current account balance to GDP ratio by about 0.6%. So, and a favorable external environment can also offer a situation where fiscal adjustment can be performed with low or even zero output on employment losses. We will come back to this point later when we look at the condition for successful adjustment. But before getting there, we need to convince the policymakers to get there. I don't know which among you remember about Jean-Claude Juncker. There was a prominent figure in European politics in the first 20 years of the current century. And one time he said something very true. He said, we all know what to do, but we don't know how to get reelected once we've done it. And actually, there is a very huge literature on the interaction between consolidation or structural reforms and electoral outcomes. The results are a little bit in contrast, but recently they look like there is a measure that are not really necessarily politically costly, despite being unpopular with a large part of the society. Especially if this the political costs are even especially lower if the reforms are enacted in a period of weak economic activity. It can have many electoral consequences. And another aspect put forward by the literature is that revenue-based adjustment are the one less costly than in terms of political consensus than expenditure-based adjustment. But an aspect that I also put very prominently in the literature is that fiscal adjustment seems to be associated with an increase in inequality, because can have different, and in particular, can have differential effect on different income groups. So the distribution of power in the society and the power of potential winner and loser, it's very important, and this can be an aspect that exacerbates income inequality. In particular, fiscal consolidation tends to increase inequality in countries where you have lower tax progressivity, or you have lower skill levels and a level of human capital, or higher unemployment rates. So it's important to ensure an adequate design can ensure that the burden of adjustment is shared equitably. So for instance, by taping some under-taxed sources, such as property and wealth, that are usually less concentrated than income, and so the resistance from more connected and influential groups can be lower and should not hurt re-election prospect. Or for other issues like, for instance, subsidies, energy subsidies, usually successful subsidy reforms can be completed by a system of social assistance that makes an alternative to subsidies credible. And another aspect that is important to keep in mind is that the aspect of transparency in budget practice and the link with fiscal discipline. Actually, usually countries who have a better transparency have also better fiscal outcomes. There will be many channels where this happens, usually because politicians, they like the political cycle, and budget transparency try to keep this away, or bad politicians don't like to be distinguished by good politicians, so they try to blur a little bit the lines. But so implementing transparency can be challenging, but it has been found to be very relevant to deliver fiscal discipline, also control corruption, or foster economic development at large. In some countries, also to achieve better credit ratings. And one way to assure fiscal discipline is supposed to be having fiscal rules in place. The use of fiscal rules has increased a lot after the global financial crisis. Many countries have some fiscal rules, usually more than one in place. But during COVID, most of these fiscal rules have been suspended, or escape clause have been activated for a few years, much more than before the global financing crisis. And the point, so now countries are restart using fiscal rules. There is a huge debate in Europe about the reform of the Stability Growth Pact. There is going to be a decision in the next days, basically, if there will be a decision eventually. The point is that fiscal rules often require a more rapid fiscal adjustment than what would be economic meaningful in a post-crisis situation, where instead a more gradual approach will reduce the risk of killing the recovery. So, for instance, fiscal rules can include provision that accumulated deviations from the rule need to be offset immediately, can really bring to a very tight fiscal policy. I don't know if probably you've heard about what's happening in Germany right now, that because of a decision of the Constitutional Court, the government has to reactivate the escape clause also for 2023, because otherwise they will have to, it was too late to unspend what was already spent, but they have to find savings for more than 60 billion for 2024, and it's very hard in the framework of the fiscal rules that are currently in place in Germany, where they have this debt break that is very binding at a level of 0.3% of deficit, and cannot be above 0.3% of the GDP, and in a situation where the economy is basically in recession. So they will probably have a procyclical fiscal contraction. That is not what the textbook said they should have. So this can be the opportunity. It opens a window of opportunity to revise fiscal rules rather than simply restoring the pre-crisis rule. This can include revisiting the fiscal anchor, considering the new economic outlook, the new development needs, or the requirement for fiscal space. This rule can include also more different design escape clause, but also the possibility to consider the new development needs, especially financing the green transformation, or in case of Europe, also the implementation of the national recovery plans and the investment that are associated to this plan that were devised in the context of the COVID crisis. So let's move to the timing of the adjustment. Okay, we can move to the next slide. It's not mandatory to discuss about timing of adjustment. I'm open to suggestion. So if I may, let's say that many governments, they have the idea that economic growth will take care of the fiscal accounts. Countries just can draw away of the debt. The problem is that even if you look at favorable period, very recent, where you have interest rates are below the level of nominal growth, so you have a favorable dynamic, that's not really happened. At the most, countries always use all the possible fiscal space they had, and at the most, they stabilize the level of debt, but you don't see really, without doing something difficult, and it can be also painful at times, it's really hard to see real improvement in the debt situation. So sometimes the presence of a fiscal or financial crisis can force adjustment even when the level of output is below its potential. For instance, in case where market access is at risk, and in this case you can have also a gradual consolidation that spread out potential output losses over time, make it more political and socially acceptable, and allow also the time to do the structural reforms that sometimes they need to go together with the fiscal reforms in order to improve the long-run growth potential of the country. But at the same time, gradual consolidations, especially if they occur over an extended horizon, face a higher risk of being reversed, and they are more likely to induce adjustment fatigue. So then the other aspect that it's important to consider is which measures to unwind first. Especially after a fiscal shock like COVID, it's important to unwind the measures that are no longer necessary, that probably they were justified at the moment of lockdown and of restriction to mobility, but they prove to be increasingly costly, and this is where sometimes interest group can make, they can block these reforms. And there is this documented ratchet effect, where expansionary counter-cyclical measures are not fully unwound during the recovery. So at the stage of designing these measures, it will be important to have like time-bounded counter-cyclical measures that have a very clear expiration date, and the condition for their phasing out is very well defined at the beginning. Actually, the work made by my colleagues proved that at least 1/4 of the measures announced by developing countries during COVID, they didn't have this sort of sunset clause at the time of their implementation. And they were facing much harder political resistance to unwind them. And how quickly? So if we have this automatic link between the support provided by the fiscal measure and the triggering factors that justify the release of the support, it's easier to, at some point, to have an automatic unwind of the measure. Another factor that can affect the capacity of the government to ensure fiscal adjustment is the level of budget rigidities that can constrain fiscal adjustment. Budget rigidities are the component of public spending that are linked to things like wage bill, pensions, or interest debt service that are by nature harder to modify in the short terms. So country with, usually there is this relationship that see that countries with higher fiscal space are also the countries that have lower amount of budget rigidities, because and budget rigidities usually seems to be more relevant in countries with high income inequalities or with lower institutional quality. So this is why we are trying when we design, we prepare a public finance review, we always look at the rigidity component in public spending. So here we move to the economic aspect. So I think it's fair to claim that the literature on fiscal multipliers went out of control. I type on Google Scholar papers with fiscal multipliers in the title, and these are the results that I got. So maybe this is the opportunity to ask for a 5-year ban on this research. I don't think we need more papers. We need a systematic approach to the results that are already been prepared. Also because there have been, in one of the few interesting papers that have been prepared very recently from the MF colleagues, they show that using the same identification strategy for fiscal shock, slightly changes in procedure to extract the fiscal shock can largely bring to very different estimation of the size, the persistence, and also precision of fiscal multipliers. But anyway, let's discuss a little bit what we find in the literature. This is 3 of the main questions. There are many more than that, but for the sake of this presentation, it's enough. So the first one is fiscal adjustment actually work? Because there was a lot of talk, especially after the global financial crisis, of non-Keynesian adjustment. Expansionary adjustment that assume that all the agents in the economy, they went to economic grad school, so they know exactly Ricardo literature, opera omnia, I will say. So they anticipated that adjusting, especially cutting spending, will reduce also the tax burden in the future. So they start to invest more. They have more confidence in the state of the economy, and so we have a positive effect on the private sector consumption and investment that more than compensate the effect on public spending. And if you have a well-functioning banking system and financial market, this effect are even magnified. Things a little bit different. So now there is a consensus that short-term adverse effect almost always occur unless your adjustment strategy happens in good times or it's very well designed by cutting only inefficient spending. But in long term, maybe comparing to a counterfactual of no adjustment at all, the situation is not that bad. There is an improvement, but it takes some time to materialize. The risk is that by the time we get there, we have a strong hysteresis effect if the adjustment is not well designed. If you have cut in things like education or infrastructure, you have an effect on potential growth that it lasts for years. So it's a very narrow path, let's say. But we have identified some conditions that can bring to better outcome. For instance, having easing monetary conditions in place. That's not the case right now. Or moderating inflation, they usually tend to increase the likelihood of a successful fiscal consolidation. Structural policy reforms that foster economic growth can help to offset the impact of the contractional impact of fiscal consolidation, or having a flexible exchange rate that cushion a little bit the impact. For what concerns the design and the role of expenditure and revenues, I will say here basically whatever is almost a religious war. Whatever is your belief, you will find something in the literature that say that you're right. Let's say that the consensus now is moving to the fact that tax-based fiscal consolidation they generate less losses in terms of GDP than spending. and also announcement or revenue-based adjustment to have a lower impact than expenditure-based adjustment. I think that the best option is to be pragmatic and think about two things. First, that if you have to do a large adjustment, you need different instruments. So you will always need a combination of the two. And then there is a new literature. One of the few interesting contributions is a paper from, I think, this year from Gassibe Zanetti that said that probably is the origin of the shock that determine what is the most useful fiscal instrument. So if you have a demand-driven shock, it's better to use expansion in your spending. For instance, instead, if you have a shock from the supply side, tax cuts or tax increase, if you have to do an adjustment, are the most powerful instrument to stimulate or to cool down the economy because of the different way where they interact. If tax, in the case of if you need to stimulate the economy, a tax cuts can deliver an increase in the supply that is from where the shock is coming. But in general, larger fiscal consolidation, as I say, they require both expenditure and revenue measures. And then you have also, within the broad revenue and spending categories, you have different, the impact is different if you use different items, like cutting recurrent expenditure are usually a less damaging impact than cutting investment. It's basically one of the few things that are everybody agrees on in this literature. So here, this is a sum up. We already saw this morning. It's slightly modified by the paper, the celebrated paper from Battini and authors of 2014. What are the conditions? And here we defined, especially from emerging economies, the factor increasing or decreasing the multipliers, so the presence of monetary policy response, of lower automatic stabilizers, and or lower government debt. They usually are associated with an increase in multiplier, while the opposite, it decreases the multiplier, and so in case of fiscal adjustment, it decreases the impact on the economy, it's less damaging. So here we use our tool to extract a number of successful consolidation by looking at different criteria to identify consolidation. So we look if the consolidation, there are two approaches that you can use. You can use a more narrative style approach, so look at the documents, the government budget documents, to see what was the target at the beginning of the fiscal adjustment and see if this target were reached, or you can look more exposed, looking just at the time series and see if the consolidation has been successful in terms of stabilizing your debt to GDP or to increase your primary balance to a level that is debt stabilizing, if the impact of growth has not been too negative, or if the cyclical adjusted primary balance is being maintained above the pre-consolidation level. What we see using the sample of 200 and so fiscal episode of fiscal adjustment that we identified at the beginning, these are results that are very, let's say, fresh from the fish market, because we extracted this like yesterday night. So we did some refinement. We see that the ratio of successful consolidation is quite high. To be honest, it's a little bit higher of what found by author review of the literature by using different definition of fiscal consolidation. And what else? Usually consolidation, you see that when they are preceded by shock, even if the number of cases it's very lower, but the ratio of successful cases on the total case is a little bit higher. And for what concerns the composition of adjustment, the results are very similar. At the same time, there are differences within the country. For instance, when this is a data set that includes also high-income countries. When we filter the sample, we consider only emerging and developing economies, revenue-based episodes are much more successful. And especially when we use each definition singularly instead of using all the definition combined, and this is the one with 25%. So here we have a breakdown by the definition of success. And we also analyze, we have additional information, like if the consolidation has been backloaded or front-loaded, how many years the duration has been. We can see also for, this is the one on the curbing the debt to GDP trend. Here we see, for instance, that again, revenue or expenditure base, it doesn't really impact on the probability of success. And we will share the presentation, and anyone can see what is more interesting for them. What I think it's important here is to focus actually what are the few things on which the literature really agreed that makes an episode more successful. So taking care of inequality and the possibility of a distributional conflict, having a favorable global and domestic environment, having strong fiscal institutions or fiscal rules or fiscal council, fiscal transparency that ensure a good fiscal management, and then communicate well in advance what are the plans, explain to the public, and have ownership from the government of the consolidation plan. Here there are other possibilities that the tool can offer. For instance, here we can see what is the distribution in terms of the size, typical size of fiscal consolidations, what are the debt rating flows. Year T is the year where consolidation started, and then we see in the future, in the following years, what be the dynamic, and it allows to extract also what are the cases, the concrete cases that are in the sample. We can also look directly to country cases. For instance, an episode of large consolidation happening in Morocco in 2008, and what were the drivers of the consolidation. So we can have a more specific work on a country that can be very useful for people that try to learn from a previous experience, especially from the best practice. So the way forward is exactly to further developing the tool to include, for instance, macroeconomic conditions, so the state of the business cycle. It's another fact that is in the literature is that fiscal consolidation, fiscal expansion that happen during a downturn are usually more effective. Expansion and so consolidation in good cycle when they are counter-cyclical, it's allowed to decrease the range of the multiplier and the state of monetary policy or even exchange rate. Then we would like to do an econometric analysis to identify in a more rigorous way the key determinant of successful consolidation, and then by looking to some key episode of successful consolidation, use a sort of narrative approach to look to government budget documentation, report from the bank, from the IMF and other publication to identify exactly what worked, what policies were implemented specifically and why, and keep working with our colleague that works on countries to better understand what are the lessons learned, and both from our database, also from other PFR, to better inform policy dialogue. And I stop here. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lorenzo, for the inspiring presentation, shedding light on the fiscal adjustment and its challenges and recovery opportunities for sustainability. Thank you once again. And now I would like to invite our designated discussant, Dr. Seoyeon Lee, Assistant Professor at the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, and she specializes in applied macroeconomics econometrics. Please welcome her with a big hand.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your presentation, Paolo Di Lorenzo, and I guess I just realized that I made a mistake on the name of the paper because apparently in Italian, Di Lorenzo is your surname. Sorry about that, but I'll fix it later. Okay, so I'm going to, for the discussion, I think I'll start with the background, why we actually are thinking of fiscal consolidations more often these days. This is apparently because, as Di Lorenzo explained a little bit earlier for his presentation, that we had experienced unprecedented crisis during 2020 up until 22, and this actually made all of the economies with less fiscal buffers because of high debt levels due to more spending from the fiscal side to support the economy during the crisis, COVID crisis, and also with the increase in the interest rate. These days, we have also seen some problem of rising funding costs for already high level debt for the most of the governments, including, emerging and lower income countries as well as advanced economies. So basically, we would expect fiscal tightening to be greater in economies that recently experienced a sharper rise in government debt. And this is why we're thinking more of how the fiscal consolidation can be done, depending on different circumstances in different countries, different economic contexts, and so on. So basically, main findings from Paolo's and his colleagues' work is that they actually identify episodes of fiscal consolidation throughout more than 30 years with a definition that has like 4 components in it. So the first, for identifying the fiscal consolidation episodes, they use a demonstrated need to consolidate, which is if there is a gap between debt stabilizing primary balance and actual balance at the T-1 exists, they assume that it is fiscal consolidation, one of the sort of definition criteria. And then the next one was about demonstrated policy choice to consolidate, which is actually current account, adjusted PB, primary balance, is increasing. So for those episodes with these 2 categories are met, they sort of include or categorize it as fiscal consolidation. And then the last 2 would be the ones that he explained it as a wider, concept for the fiscal consolidation, is that if a country experiences an improvement in primary balance, either both, in increase of primary balance of higher than 0.5% over 2 years, and there is decrease in primary balance of less than 0.3% of GDP over a year. And then last condition to be identified as a fiscal consolidation is at least 3 consecutive years of improvements in the primary balance. So based on this definition, they have sort of plot the distribution of all the episodes. So the one on the bottom is just for the last 2 definition categories were used. So we have like in total 204 episodes of fiscal consolidations based on his database. And then the pre-existing conditions for fiscal consolidation, they consider the buildup of debt and contraction in GDP per capita, and that's presented in the right-hand side chart. So, and then they also try to figure out what are the success stories of fiscal consolidations, and they, plotted against different definitions of conditions after sort of the fiscal consolidation episodes ends. So, for example, we have that increase definition. The success story, successful consolidation was about 63% out of total fiscal consolidation episodes. And also there is, so we also looked at, there was higher success episodes when there is, when this fiscal consolidations was preceded by the shocks. And then we also had the, decomposition between the different methodologies of fiscal consolidation, namely revenue-based or expenditure-based. And we have seen like a little bit more successful stories for the revenue-based fiscal consolidations for this database. So I think the most important contribution is actual construction of a comprehensive data set that could be a very useful tool for country economists and also general researchers. And as we have seen in the Morocco's case, they provide an analytical framework for investigating the different approaches to fiscal consolidations, by country or by the episodes. So we could see, the cuts were, coming mostly from grants and goods and services for the early consolidation periods. And also we could see the decomposition between revenue-based and expenditure-based. And even there is a decomposition in the, revenue-based, having different VAT tax measures, or is it from corporate income tax measures and so on. So I think it is, it must be a very hard work of constructing of all these episodes using, all of this information. And I think I will briefly talk about how we can actually exploit this good data set in the future. And one of the things that can be done, as Paolo actually mentioned before, is that we can look at what is the pace and size of the consolidations, what was successful, what was not. And then there was a discussion in the charts, in the presentation, there was, successful stories decomposed into gradual and backloaded consolidations versus front-loaded consolidations. But I would like to mention some of the key literature, looking at how successful it was for each of these fiscal policy measures. So for the gradual and backloaded consolidations, there is a study by Del Araba and other co-authors that it could be more appropriate for countries with longer period of economic recessions, because in the medium term, fiscal multipliers remain high for those backloaded consolidations on average. And also there's another study which actually back that, the backloaded consolidations were successful in emerging markets and lower income countries, as it is gradual to take up reforms and strengthen the fiscal institutions. And as Paolo mentioned, fiscal institutions' credibility is one of the key determinants of the success of the fiscal consolidation. So maybe for those countries with lower level of credibility or fiscal institutions, they can, save time. They can take time as much as they can if the fiscal consolidation is backloaded. And there are some evidence, supporting front-loaded consolidations as well. So traditionally, gradual consolidations may face higher risk of being reversed due to adjustment fatigue. So maybe for some countries it would be, appropriate to use instead front-loaded consolidation. However, quick and large fiscal adjustments often involve large output losses. So, depending on the country's circumstances, country can actually employ either front-loaded or back-loaded. But in some of the new and old, a little bit previous existing literature found that front-loaded consolidations can also helpful to signal a credible reform commitment for some countries. And actually for the emerging markets with low fiscal stress, front-loaded adjustment is more appropriate as it contributes to reducing sovereign risk premia and helps maintain the market access when there is a crisis. And then authors can think about the revenue expenditure composition of fiscal adjustments in more detail, even though Paolo actually mentioned. But for so some of the recent literature found that for the lower income countries, revenue-raising fiscal measures lead to smaller output losses, maybe because of non-Keynesian, theory back in there. Okay, and then we could also think about how political factors affect the consolidation. And there's a lot of literature studies looking at coalition governments and left right-wing government versus centrist government and how it affects the fiscal consolidation success stories. And also we have recent paper by Clements and other researchers saying that governments with a parliamentary majority and facing no imminent election are likely to success. And then there is also an issue of fiscal credibility. And also because we have this large data set, maybe like the study by Boltho and Glean, we can investigate the differences in fiscal tightening in different decades, like in 1980s, 1990s, 20s, and recent. So that can be kind of quite feasible work that they can do right after, compiling all of these data sets. And then finally, I would like to mention a little bit about the narrative approach to identify changes in fiscal policy. So the seminal paper by Romer and Romer in 2010, they use all of these narrative, episodes using the documents, as Paolo mentioned, like the IMF, Article 4 documents or other government documents explaining the fiscal consolidation, fiscal policies in general, to sort of identify that is not related to current macroeconomic conditions, to actually back out the causal relationship of fiscal consolidations on the other economic activities as a consequence. So basically, this is kind of using all of these narratives to identify orthogonal shocks from fiscal consolidations episodes to estimate. So basically, this is coming from the paper by KDIS-World and other authors, published in 2021, and actually they construct fiscal consolidations episodes using the documents, the narratives, and then they plot it against the fiscal consolidations episode using the CAPB, the data itself. And then they found a strong positive relationship, but there were many episodes that shows differences in those two different measures. So I think maybe for the next step, using all of this data with the very deep understanding from the World Bank economist on each country's knowledge about the fiscal policy and macroeconomic analysis, they can also build up some of these narrative-based fiscal consolidations episodes. So basically, this is all from my side, and thank you so much for listening. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for analyzing Dr. Lorenzo's presentation, pinpointing out the main findings of fiscal consolidation, its contribution, and with the future potentials as well. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed on with the discussion and Q&A. Please give us some time to set the stage. And as soon as the stage is set, we will invite our chairs, speakers, and discussant. Once again, if you have any questions or comments related to our prior presentations, please raise your hands and our staff will hand over the mic to you. So now it looks like our chair speakers and discussants are all seated. If you are ready, please proceed with our discussion, Chair.
For insightful presentation by Dr. Di Lorenzo. Also well prepared discussion by Professor Seon Lee. First of all, could you respond to comments, Dr. Di Lorenzo?
Sure. So thank you very much for your comment and suggestion for further research. I think that you mentioned some very good point. For instance, I was not aware of this paper of Polto of 2006 on the difference between, let's say, like in clothes, there is like new fashions, like consolidation policies change over time. That's something that can be really interesting to see. And also, if we see significant differences, why? What changes? What we were thinking is to see if consolidation following shocks are different. That usually they should be more front-loaded, for instance, or they can be more revenue-based because they need to raise money immediately. But that's something that we can definitely look upon. And I think, given that we want this paper and this research in general to be very policy-oriented, oriented also to the facilitate dialogue with governments, also to look at the political factors behind fiscal consolidations and how it was managed by the government in case of successful consolidation can be very important in terms of lesson learned. For this, we want to look only to a subset of successful consolidation to do the work more manageable, but I think it's also will present the robust enough sample to get some insightful lessons. And yes, we will keep looking at the having a backloaded versus front-loaded consolidation. Backloaded consolidation, it's always more appealing to governments, but the point is how to convince them that sometimes they need to really to be serious from the beginning and front-loaded, and probably showing why front-loaded worked in this country this year. It's better than mentioned, you know, it's better because my parameter and my estimation say that it's better. They don't really care about that. They want to see when and why it really worked.
Thank you very much. Any question or comment from the floor? Yes.
Basically, regarding fiscal consolidation, considering the present situation, which is, we can definitely say it's a downturn of the economy. The high interest rates, the borrowing and rollover is also difficult. And also it's difficult to raise the domestic resources. And I read that developing countries spend 7% on the fiscal stimulus. Low-income countries 3%, developed countries 11%. Now they are exhausted of their resources. So in the present situation, how to go for the development finance? Thank you.
So you ask about the role of development finance. Well, the role of development financing is exactly, among other things, to provide, let's say, money at a lower cost than financial markets, especially when countries really face, like now, high difficulties in financing at market rates. The concessional financing can be, even if they're not under the form of a grant, but even a concessional loan, usually it's much cheaper for countries. And it also comes with economic reforms, especially if it's in the context of a problem with the World Bank. So that's also the work to address the emergency, the funding emergency, but they also work on the longer term to boost the economic potential by doing those reforms that probably the lack of those reforms has created the situation that now we are trying to address. Because too many times the growth performance was really under par. And this create also, and with some lack of good fiscal management, also create the situation that we are trying to address.
So basically, under the current situation, emerging country markets and developed countries need some kind of support from outside, such as the World Bank.
Not emerging and middle income economies, even some of them, they also have access to the World Bank, but especially to World Bank financing, but especially low income countries, they are the one where the World Bank is more engaged.
Any other comment?
Since I was part of the work on the fiscal consolidation, I have more a question to the discussant, to Sean Lee. So you propose this narrative approach as a complementary. Can you elaborate a little bit what additional value this narrative approach would give us? Because it would require a lot of efforts to be put to supplement the work, and whether we, you know, I would need to think whether this is something that provides additional value to already pretty extensive work that we have done. And as you showed on the graph, it seems like there is this correlation, but there is a lot of uncorrelated events. So would it be not more misleading to invest in these narratives, because we can end up with some completely different conclusion? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. And I think, like, you know, as we have seen, like from the paper of Romer and Romer 2010, there could be like the conventional approaches, like using the, you know, CA primary balance as one of the criteria to identify the fiscal consolidation can be biased because it is a macroeconomic, the result of the macroeconomic activities. And for example, the cyclically adjusted primary balance may include some shifts in fiscal variables that is not related to fiscal consolidation itself. But for example, commodity price changes, it may change the CAPB, but it's not actually related to sort of fiscal consolidation measures. So that may be a little bit misleading if we use only macro variables, not using the narrative episodes, narrative evidence to do that. So I totally understand that it requires much more efforts if we just go over all of the documents, whether it has some aspects of fiscal consolidations. But I can sort of imagine we could employ some of the textual analysis algorithms to sort of more effectively track those, narrative episodes. So the literature often, focuses on trying to identifying the fiscal consolidations episodes that is driven not by the concurrent, response of macroeconomic activities like fiscal loosening because of the recession. That is not, a longer-term fiscal consolidation. So the narratives is aimed to identify those policy measures that is related to long-term sort of policy implications or aims.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other comment?
Hello. Yeah. Hello. Sorry. Regarding that physical consolidation and that inflationary pressure, does it have correlation? If no, why? And if yes, then how we, globally approaching to address that inflationary pressure? Thank you. It's particularly, after that global recession in terms of COVID-19. Thank you.
Okay, yes, fiscal consolidation and inflation are very well linked. Let's say inflation has somehow the lowered incentive for fiscal consolidation because it increases revenues, at least nominal revenues. It increases nominal GDP, so it decreases the debt to GDP ratio artificially. At the same time, fiscal policy and monetary policies need to be coordinated. Monetary policies cannot do all the work. Like now, in a moment where they're trying to reduce inflation across the world, fiscal policies also have to do its part in that, especially when in countries they're facing at the same time higher inflation and high level of debt. So it's a job, but as monetary policy needs to be well calibrated and faces issues in terms of timing and communication. The same thing is happened also for fiscal policies. So it's important that the policy mix not only has to be adequate in terms of adequacy to the country-specific conditions, but they also have to pull in the same direction. Short.
Thank you. Any final question or comment? If any, we'll have one more question or comment.
Thanks for the presentations. Just one point. Is there any correlation between fiscal consolidation and the decentralization system of a country? For example, if a unitary country or decentralized, what is the correlation between the fiscal consolidation? Thank you so much.
Actually, this is a very interesting topic to look into. that we didn't look adequately in the construction of the paper. Well, it depends how the decentralization system is organized. States can raise revenues at the local level. What is the level of budget autonomy they have? If it's based on transfers from the central level. Usually, it's a little bit like with monetary policy. If a central government is cutting the spending, even if this doesn't affect directly states, it's supposed anyway that the fiscal policy from states that goes a little bit in the same direction. Maybe it also depends what kind of spending outlays at the local level, what levels they have, if they have responsibility for education, for instance, of social protection. It's more based on the local level. Probably it's important to preserve this kind of spending. So it has to be a lot country specific, but this is definitely a good dimension that we can take into consideration for the next steps of our paper.
Thank you. Then we'll move to the next presentation. Let's give a big hand to Dr. Di Lorenzo and Professor Brian Lee. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, chair, speakers, and discussants for your excellent presentations. Please give them another big round of applause. Thank you once again. And now let us proceed to our last session of today. Let us now introduce Mr. Franz Ulrich Rook, a senior economist in the Fiscal Policy and Sustainable Growth Unit at the World Bank Group, speaking on public investment as a tool to boost private investment and output. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is also, I'd just like to say this is an honor for me to be here and to present. It's not the best way to start a presentation on multipliers, effectively on multipliers, when the author or the presenter before you said there should be a 5-year ban on papers of multipliers. But hopefully at the end of this presentation, you guys feel like there should be one more paper on multipliers, and this is the paper that it is. So I'll be talking about the crowding in effect of public investment on private investment, and this is joint work with colleagues at the bank and others, John Francois and Maddie Conti. Today I'm going to structure my presentation with 3 questions, and hopefully at the end of this presentation you'll have a clear answer to all 3 of those questions. They are, what are the investment trends and investment needs in EMDEs? And I think you've heard this EMDE reference a lot today, but just in case, it's emerging markets and developing economies. Second question is, how much does public investment crowd in private investment or crowd out, possibly, private investment? And then finally, does this crowding in differ by country characteristics? So this is work in progress. Very much lots of work still to be done, but hopefully there's enough meat here to answer these questions and to keep you awake during this last session. So in terms of the first question, what are the investment trends and investment needs in EMDEs? Investment growth has slowed across emerging markets and developing economies. While you can see on the graph on the left that overall growth, investment growth in the global economy has stayed around 3.5% over the last 2 decades. That's the 2000s to 2010s. In EMDEs, it's actually slowed, and the rate of investment growth is probably halved over the last 2 decades. And that's not just a China story. You can see even excluding China, the rate of growth in investment has slowed in emerging markets and developing economies. A different perspective on this, you can see on the right, is here we've broken it down into the emerging market and developing regions that the World Bank focuses on. So these are, again, all the acronyms. You saw EAP earlier, which is East Asia and Pacific. The 1 or 2 I'd like to focus on is, one is MENA, which is Middle East and North Africa. On the right chart, you can see a substantial slowdown in investment growth in that region from somewhere closer to 10% to below 2% in the previous decade. And that's really due to partly the oil price shock we saw in 2015 that affected oil exporters, as well as some specific issues in oil importers in the region. You can also see in East Asia and the Pacific, and in ECA, Europe and Central Asia, that the rate of investment growth has halved over the past 2 decades. And sadly, we expect investment growth in the future, the outlook for investment growth, to decline further and to remain weak, especially in the context of more frequent damaging shocks. So the graph on the left just shows you forecasts by consensus economics, so consensus forecast of 5-year ahead investment growth, again broken down by the regions the World Bank focuses on, and quite clearly all trends are down over the last decade. And obviously the 2022 observation is the next 5 years going forward. And you can also see this is important in the context of the shocks that we've experienced quite recently, as well as just general recession shocks or recessions that occur. And generally investment growth 5 years after recessions or 5 years after pandemics, you see a significant decline in investment growth as a consequence of these shocks. And slowing investment growth has a very important, is going to have a very big impact, an important impact on lowering potential growth and the potential growth outlook. You can see on the left chart a decomposition of potential growth into its components, so capital, labor, and TFP, total factor productivity, things we've been discussing today. And quite clearly capital, i.e. investment, matters a lot for potential growth. You can see the red bars are a big part of how we view a country's ability to grow. And also those red bars are declining. You can see the last observation, the 2022 to 2030. So this was a recent World Bank publication that shows where we think potential growth is going in the next decade. And clearly in emerging markets, this is slowing from about 5% to 4% in the decade ahead. And this rate of investment growth also matters for total factor productivity. So what we think of as what brings about effectively development, right? Higher per capita income. And clearly in countries with low investment versus those with high investment, you can see is associated with much lower total factor productivity growth in those economies. And lastly, why this really matters is the needs are great. So the challenges that emerging markets and developing economies face in terms of increasing infrastructure needs and increasing climate resilience are very, very big. On the left chart, you can see the additional spending needed in infrastructure sectors related to the Sustainable Development Goals, which run at about 4 to 8 percentage points of GDP per year in developing economies. And on the right, you can see, we saw this graph earlier today in an earlier presentation, just the additional investment needed to achieve a resilient and low carbon growth path over the next decade. And in LICS, we're talking about 8% of GDP per year in terms of investment needs. So let's move on to the second question. How does public investment crowd in private investment? So let's start off with just a bit of theory of how that crowding in or crowding out may occur. The first is just the complementary between public investment and private investment. Think about ports that are built that allow export and import of goods. Think about roads that connect cities and people to jobs. Think about electricity production and distribution that create economic activity. Clearly, if there's a high complementary and good investment, public investment, there's going to be a crowding in of private investment. We could also think about whether, obviously, there's always competition between resources. Resources are scarce, savings is scarce. And so if you have an increase in public investment, that could lead to higher interest rates, which could crowd out private investment. And finally, this was discussed a little bit in the previous presentation, if your public investment is financed by debt And so there's there's higher debt and this expectation of future taxes that can also lead to the crowding out of private investment. So what are we really trying to do with this paper? So we're trying to contribute both to the literature and to the team's current work. And really we're trying to cover four things. We're trying to, which I haven't gone into, but really provide a theory of crowding in under imperfect capital markets. A lot of the literature up to now is focused on perfect capital markets, which we know is not the case in emerging markets and developing economies. And in the presence of imperfect capital markets, you're likely, because of the inefficiency in capital allocation and the inadequate capital allocation effectively, you have to solve an underinvestment problem in the private sector. We're also trying to update and expand estimates of crowding in using a unique instrumental variable, which is the predicted loan disbursements of official creditors. And we're trying to expand that, update that to 2019, and expand the number of countries that this estimate exists for to about 111 economies. We're trying to provide a framework to estimate these multipliers in a data poor environment, and I will go into that method a little bit later. And finally, we're trying to inform the debate on public investment in EMDEs. And particularly, we're trying to argue or raise the point that the cyclicality of your spending matters for the economic impact of that spending. And in this case, the cyclicality of your public investment matters for that private investment. So that's really what we're trying to contribute to the literature and also to what we're doing within the World Bank. So what does the data say? This is a simple scatter plot of public investment on private investment. Public investment on the x-axis, private on the y-axis. This is a bin scatter, so what we've done is we've taken a bunch of observations and grouped them into a single data point. And what you can quite clearly see is the underlying data suggests that public investment tends to crowd in private investment. And that line there is the OLS estimate of that relationship. And on this table, you can see that that estimate value is about 0.35. And what that means, at least on the OLS estimate, which we know is going to be biased, and probably not a good reflection of the actual relationship between public and private investment, that a $1 increase in public investment tends to lead to about a $0.35 increase in private investment. Of course, that's a biased estimate, so we got to figure out a way to get a better estimate of the relationship between these. And what we do here is we're going to use as an instrument, the predicted loan disbursements by official creditors, which is unlikely to be related to current shocks to output or to private investment. And what you can see in the second row of this table is that when we use this instrumental variable, that actually it seems like the impact of public investment on private investment is much larger, in the region of 1.4. So you could say a 1% of GDP increase in public investment leads to a 1.4 percentage point of GDP increase in private investments. This is just a graphical representation of those multiplier numbers across different sizes of increases in or change in public investment as a percent of GDP. And you can see, for example, with a 5% change in public investment to GDP, you expect about a 7 to 8% of GDP increase in private investment. Of course, that's not the entire story. We may think we've answered the question of what the crowding in impact of private investment is, public investment is on private investment. But this graph here tries to show you that even in identified models, we're going to have problems with identifying this shock. And in the case of instrumental variables, there's no way to test the instrument effectively, right? So you have to make a good argument for why it's a good instrument and hope most people buy your argument. So we've approached this in a slightly different way. Here we've estimated the spending multiplier, government spending multiplier, using a pretty common method in the literature by Blanchard and Perotti. And what you see on this chart is the impact multiplier, spending multiplier on the y-axis is correlated, positively correlated with the cyclicality in government spending. So if we had a good estimate, we would expect no correlation between these two variables. So what you can quite clearly see that even in a even in an estimated model, VAR model, that is used in the literature and is used often in empirical work, that there's a problem with our estimate. Governments that are running pro-cyclical spending, that's positive correlations, tend to have much larger impact multipliers, whereas those that are running counter-cyclical policy tend to have much smaller multipliers. And so clearly we have a problem of identification, even in very popular models. And so if you have a weak instrument or no instrument, because you're dealing with lots of developing economies where maybe data is poor, or maybe you've just got a professor who doesn't like any of your arguments around your instrument, there's possibly another way to try to think about this problem. And that's what we want to suggest with a more recent estimator called kinky least squares. And so this is an instrument-free estimate that basically says we have an OLS estimate, that beta OLS, that's the 0.35 we showed you earlier, or I showed you earlier. And we can then correct that OLS estimate to get to the true value of the multiplier using some bias correction. And that relates to the correlation between public investment and the error term. So obviously if that correlation is positive, you can think of public investment as being pro-cyclical, and negative as like a counter-cyclical tool, right? So this is instrument-free. We don't have to worry about having an instrument. All we need is the basic data, and then we could postulate some relationship between public investment and the error term to try to uncover what we think is the true value of this multiplier. And so here are some of the benefits, although I have to admit I don't like the name kinky least squares. I think it's very inappropriate and a bit weird when I first saw it, and hopefully that doesn't put you off. But if it does, well, too bad. I think it's quite powerful, but it really overcomes some of the weak or no instrument problem that we have. It can provide a range of estimates, and I'll show that in the next slide. Sometimes it can give you smaller error bands around your estimates, which means you're more certain about the size of that multiplier. And often when you come to this kind of work, you see that you get very large error bands around your estimates, and then you really can't say anything to anyone about the relationship between these, or any variable, for example. And so this is what that kinky least squares estimator looks like over these values or these correlations. So in this chart you can see the instrumental variable estimate we have at the 1.35, that's the blue line, and then the red line is this kinky least squares estimate. And importantly, what you can see is that at certain values of that correlation, let's take it minus 0.5, in that range. Well, let me just set the stage. So the 0 on the x-axis relates to the OLS estimate that we saw earlier, right? That 0.35. And then we don't really know what the correlation is between public investment and the error term, but we could postulate some values. So let's say it's somewhere between 0.5 and minus 0.5. We know the IV is telling us that it's likely in the minus 0.5 region, right? And what you can see then is if we had used the KLS estimate instead of the IV estimate, we could be much more precise about what we think that value is. But we could also say that possibly our IV estimate is not very good, because plausibly there could be countries that are running pro-cyclical policy who have estimates very different from what you see here, and maybe that that IV instrument doesn't help us much. And then finally, I just want to go into, does this crowding in differ by country characteristics? So one thing we spoke about a little bit is imperfect capital markets. And so I'm going to try to look at some of the financial market issues and how that may affect our crowding in estimate, right? So here we're looking at that KLS estimate, and we're looking at, for example, a row of about minus 0.5, 0.55. Let's focus on the third column, and let's just focus on that red block. And what you can quite clearly see is that there seems to be some evidence that countries that have above a median, or the median of other countries, financial market development tend to have larger multipliers or larger crowding in than countries below the median. There also seems to be evidence that financial market efficiency can impact how much crowding in you see. Again, in the blocks, you can see that those above the median tend to have larger multiplier estimates than those below. And then finally, I think something that's very relevant for the current environment we're in is that there seems to be some evidence that this ability to crowd in private investment differs by the level of real interest rates. So you can see, for example, on that table, that countries with below median real interest rate values tend to see larger crowding in than those above value. And this matters a lot in the context of that left chart, which is the US 10-year real interest rate. And quite clearly you can see something has changed. I guess we don't know if that's going to stay, but clearly real interest rates are substantially higher now than they were in the decade prior to this. And this can have important implications for a government's ability to crowd in private investment using public investment. So here are the answers to the three questions. What are investment trends and investment needs in EMDs? Clearly slowing investment growth, broad-based slowing investment growth with massive needs in terms of investment needs in infrastructure and in a low carbon growth path. How much does public investment crowd in private investment? Well, it seems a $1 spent in public investment creates about $1.3 in private investment. And does this crowding in differ by country characteristics? There seems to be some evidence that the level of financial development and efficiency matters for your ability to crowd in private investment. So just because this is work still under progress, I just want to talk a little bit about our way forward. So we plan to update our estimates both in terms of countries and years moving forward. We plan to look at other country characteristics that may matter for this multiplier. Ones that clearly stand out are things like corruption, governance, inflation, government size. We're going to look at how we can operationalize this kinky least squares approach and this work more broadly within the context of country engagements and World Bank publications. And I'll skip the last one and end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation introducing and raising the awareness of investment needs of EMDES. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce our designated discussant, Dr. Taejong Kim, a professor at the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, specializing in public finance. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Taejong Kim, and I am a public finance economist, but my training is on the micro side, and I knew a person like Professor Seohyun Lee could provide a much more substantive feedback on this topic as well. But I thought probably my discussion could be useful. Reflecting, the perspective of a non-technical audience. Yeah. Okay. I try to listen to the presentation, imagining that I were an advisor to a finance minister. Maybe in South Korea, maybe in the EMDEs. Yeah. And then I thought I found many takeaways, yeah, but I'm not sure whether I got the lessons right. So I'd be grateful, if Franz can teach me, some misunderstanding on my part. I am not going to provide a detailed recap of the whole presentation, which was very informative and very well structured. I got very valuable lessons in the trends and needs assessment, what's happening around us in the world. And I'm embarrassed to say this, but reading the paper was a lesson in econometrics as well. Kinky least squares was totally new to me. I am going to learn about this new strategy. I'm not going to ask Franz to teach me all the intricacies of the new estimation technique, but I am going to mention some questions that I have about that approach. And I think we have a fairly convincing evidence for crowding in. I thought about what policy questions should be prompted by this finding. Yeah? And I have several. So we know there is a worrisome global slowdown in investment growth, and it's global among the EMDEs, and it's worrying that the slowdown is more pronounced in the parts of the world where we presume there are greater needs for public investment. And we also got the warning from France that it's going to get worse before a possible turnaround. And this is going to mean a huge negative consequence for EMD growth for the time being because of the direct and indirect pathways. And as if it is not already bad enough, we already got the warning that because of the instability in the global financial market and the recent brush with the global pandemic, we are going to have things getting worse, more likely. Regarding this broad report about where we are in terms of public investment in the world, I thought it might be useful if Franz could provide a direct assessment of the size of the gap. We got a lot of data on the slowdowns, and we also got assessments of investment needs, and I figured roughly we have 6% of global GDP for conventional types of public investment covering energy, transport, communication, water and sanitation, and so forth. And then we got also alerted to the additional need to respond to the global climate change crisis. I figured that might add to about 6% in additional investment need. But I couldn't find, what is the current level of global public investment, and I thought that number could be a very useful missing piece in the otherwise very well-organized presentation. And I couldn't help wondering why, the investment categories neglected, human capital investments, for basic education and basic healthcare. Yeah. About crowding in versus crowding out, as a public finance economist, I am very happy that we have now fairly convincing evidence that public investment crowds in additional private investment. I'm not going to repeat what Franz already said very convincingly about the theoretical perspective. And I don't know what to call it, elasticity or multiplier. Franz said, if the estimated coefficient is 1.35, then that means a $1 increase in public investment leads to additional $1.35 increase in private investment. But we are talking about the increase in investment over GDP. So I think roughly speaking, we are talking about a kind of quote-unquote elasticity, right? Bearing in mind that the denominator is not in the formal levels of lagged levels of investment, but GDP. 1% increase in public investment leads to positive increases in private investment. I try to make sense of the kinky least squares. Instead of relying blindly on IB estimators, right? We admit our range of ignorance about the potential correlation between the error term and the public investment variable on the right-hand side. And we consider a range of possible scenarios for the value of the correlation coefficient rho. And I wanted to ask Franz this question because I found out Franz is considering a range of rho varying from minus 0.66 to minus 0.3. And I sensed his perhaps preferred estimate of rho is minus 0.554. And I thought it would be useful for the audience if we can enlighten us, how we know this is the reasonable range of rho. But we know for sure that the elasticity is definitely positive, and it's likely that the value of the elasticity is over 1. Yeah. Going back to my imagination, right? If I were an advisor to the finance minister, how might I alter my recommendation, advice to my boss, right? So I realized right away that perhaps I should rephrase my question. We assess feasibility of public investment projects on a case-by-case basis, right? And for example, if you rely on the cost-benefit analysis framework, if the BC ratio is over 1, then we would recommend the execution of the program. And then I realized, the induced increase in private investment is an additional bonus, for a good sense-making public investment project, right? And then I got this dilemma, right? On the one hand, we know that there is this additional bonus, right? But on the other hand, we know not all public investment projects are sensible, right? And all of us have favorite examples of, white elephant projects, right? Bridges and roads leading to nowhere. And I guess one of the notorious cases in South Korea, even though South Korea is quite famous for its fiscal discipline, we have a couple of airfields and Formula One racing ground now being used as a drying ground for chili pepper farmers. Yeah, and so what does that mean? Franz closed his presentation with a list of things that he and his colleagues are going to explore further, and the presentation today focused on the heterogeneity of countries in terms of financial market and financial institution development. Yeah, but I thought one obvious additional angle that could be looked at is the rigor in public investment management practices of countries around the world, right? So we remember phrases like management for development results, MFDR, and reliable cost-benefit analysis practices cannot be assumed for any country. And I thought this is a very urgent question, given what we learned from Franz's presentation. Yeah? Does the World Bank and the World Development Community have a reliable indicator to assess the reliability of the rigorousness of public investment management systems in different countries? And I thought the presentation today also points at a need to expand our framework for assessing individual public sector investment projects. So instead of looking at projects in isolation, we need a bigger framework, okay, to incorporate the additional bonus, crowding in effects of proposed programs. And I think there is a very easy, practical, back-of-the-envelope way to go forward on that point, right? So if you can assume certain scenarios like the size of the multiplier or elasticity, and a reasonable assumption about the social return to private investment projects, then it may happen, right? That certain public sector investment programs, even though with a below 1 CV ratio, could be recommended, right? In view of the larger repercussions of the program on for the overall national economy. I am going to stop here, but I'd like to point out that I use this phrase, und so weiter, instead of the usual etc. I learned during the break that France is not a German national, but I couldn't resist the temptation to boast my little mastery of German. So here I stop, and thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Professor Kim, for the insightful approaches regarding to the prior presentation. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed right to our last discussion and a Q&A session. Once again, we would love to hear from you. For our online viewers, please submit your questions or comments on the chat box down below on the official YouTube channel of our KDI School, and we look forward to hearing from you. And now we would like to invite our chair, speakers, and discussant up to our stage. It seems like we are all ready. So would our speakers and discussants please proceed up to the stage. And now, Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for wonderful presentation and discussion. We have the last but not least research result. So first of all, thank you. And could you respond to Professor Tae-jung Kim's comment first?
Of course. Thank you very much for your comments. Very much appreciate them. So there are lots of comments. In terms of policy questions, I guess what I'd tell policymakers is don't do pro-cyclical policy. Don't do pro-cyclical investment. Don't sacrifice investment because your current spending is rigid and therefore you basically, I guess, a lesson from the last, let's say 2010 to 2019 is that lots of countries ran up debt, but a lot of that debt just financed current expenditure rather than investment. So clearly you're going to get no productive benefit or very little productive benefit from that additional investment. The question on the size of the gap, the investment gap, none of those charts are lying. None of those are things I calculated directly. That's a very important question. My interpretation of those are that is effectively the gap, the size of the gap. I don't know offhand what the size of public investment to GDP is globally. I'm sure one of my learned colleagues in the team probably know that, and hopefully they can give that answer. But yeah, the bottom line is it's big, and it's bigger than we could probably address. In terms of whether this is a multiplier or an elasticity, we are presenting, so we are making them consistent in terms of size, so this is effectively a multiplier. It's not elasticity. We're comparing it to lag GDP, so this is effectively in the literature how they come to a multiplier. Other literature does it relative to, let's say, trend GDP, so you do like an HB filter, but it's not an elasticity in that sense. It's a multiplier number. That's why I was a little bit loose with my language in terms of a dollar to a dollar or a percent of GDP to a percent of GDP. I was just trying to make the point that these things are somewhat equivalent, so however you want to think about it. And a little bit, I guess, on my heritage question. So I am Swiss heritage, but I'm South African American, spent most of my life in South Africa. And so, so that's just, so yeah, I didn't know your et cetera. I've never seen that before. But the point I want to make is sometimes, given my background, it's sometimes hard to think about it in a dollar sense. Like you think of your local currency and you don't always think of dollars, and then World Bank would come and say, oh, this is, the government spent $1.17 trillion globally on fiscal policy. That number is huge, but in my head, I sometimes struggle to figure out what that actually means. So maybe that's why I went with a few ways of saying it. The preferred value of rho, in many ways we're cheating on this, and this is something we need to figure out. Because internally what we're doing is we're saying we have this OLS estimate, then we have this IV estimate. So the IV estimate must be telling us something about where we want to go, right? And so we are in somewhat making a circular argument with the kinky least squares. And so I tried to move a little bit away from that and to provide this sort of, you said it very well, and I forget exactly what you said, but this range of ignorance, I think is what you said, which was a very smart way to say it. So I try to provide a large range of ignorance, but yeah, the subsequent results were based on a specific value.
We are sure that the value of rho likely value is negative.
We are sure, I guess, on average across the economies we have, the likely value is negative. But I mean, we are cheating somewhat to get there, so plausibly it could be positive. I mean, if you think about pro-cyclical policy in emerging markets, you would think that rho coefficient is likely to be positive rather than negative. So it is somewhat surprising maybe that it's negative. But yeah, I think what it does nicely is it's got a range of -1 to 1. It gives you an estimate over that range of the likely size of that multiplier. So even that information is really useful for engaging on this issue. And then yes, I think finally, sorry, I'm speaking a lot, just on my presentation, I guess, was very positive in tone, except for maybe the first part of the question, but this idea that we get crowding in and that this crowding in is large. it is somewhat counterintuitive, maybe result that most people, maybe I'm a little more fatalist than others, but most people will think about emerging markets investment and think about these white elephants. Being South African, we had the Rugby World Cup the Soccer World Cup in 2010. We spent tons of money building stadiums. There are lots of positives that came out of the investment. We got like the Gautrain, which was a train that connected Johannesburg and Pretoria, which was very positive. Great investment, but we also got really big stadiums that I don't know what they're used for. Maybe for drying stuff is an option. And then finally, we do have a framework within the World Bank. My boss told me on public investment management, and I know there's lots of work happening within the World Bank. I think more learned people, again, could speak to that.
Thank you very much. Any question or comment from the floor? Lady back there.
Thank you so much. I came from KDI School of Public Policy and Management. In terms of global investment, as Professor Kim mentioned, that many countries face substantial gaps in infrastructure investment, including like transportation network, energy system, and the others. This deficit hampers economic growth and development, but different cases have different ways to solve. And such as Argentina, they choose close to independent monetary policy and or domestic monetary policy instead of fixed exchange rate. I think it's also affect to the public and private investment project, and the ratio will be low. So my question, based on my limitation knowledge, between crowding in and crowding out, which one better to increase the investment? Thank you so much.
So which public investment leads to higher or better private investment? Is that your question?
Okay, so I think I understood the question slightly differently. So were you asking specifically about the policy regime that a country follows and how that may impact the multiplier? So of the preliminary work we've done, we've looked at the exchange rate regime and how that may affect the multiplier. And there we haven't found any evidence that whether you run a fixed exchange rate or a more flexible exchange rate, that multiplier differs. So at least in terms of the exchange rate, we have some preliminary evidence. In terms of monetary policy choices, I can't really speak to beyond that, but it's an important point. And something we'll look into in our way forward.
Yes.
My question, I'm from KDI. My name is Kaushal, and I'm here just to boost you on this analysis that you have done with Kinki's scale. My question is that you have mentioned about the private investment laws. I know they are higher on, they're there to hire the potential, and they are there to give you great growth that you want in your country. But what is the implication that you also see and the challenges that they are there, which in terms of illiquidity and inaccessible that are there in the private investments? So what do you suggest that that the public investment can boost them in terms of these areas, so the private investments could be more valuable and accessible? Thank you.
Basically, when private investment has a market which is illiquid or has some defects, public investment, what can public invest do? That's what I understand.
Yeah, so I guess I'll approach your question partly on sort of the theory part that we're trying to expand. So effectively what we're trying to say is that exactly your point that imperfect capital markets make a big difference for how you should think about the role of public investment on private investment. One clear outcome that comes from this theory is the idea that if you have imperfect capital markets, incomplete or inefficient or whatever it is, so when you have those, sorry, now my train of thought left me a bit. Yeah. Jet lag, exactly. Yeah, so sorry, so the one thing we show, yes, in terms of financial market development is that this multiplier is lower. But the theory basically says that in that case, it's more, it's not just about the rate of return on public investment. So that's where I was going, apologies. So in an incomplete capital market, you will have an underinvestment problem by the private sector. You'll have underinvestment. And so it's not just about the return on public investment that matters, but actually that public investment can solve the underinvestment problem in private investment. But yeah, more broadly in our results, thanks Amelia, that we show is that the level of financial market development does impact on this level of crowding in. So less developed markets get less crowding in and more developed markets get more crowding in. Thanks.
I think maybe that's the case for Korea in 1960s and early 1970s. Korea had the underdeveloped financial market, and public finance or public invest played a great role and induced more private investment later, probably. Yes.
Thank you. So coming a little bit for the public investment management, so Uli showed that future expansion of the work would like to see what is the impact of the broadly understood institution like corruption, you know. It links a little bit to your question, but I think the idea is great to look at the public investment management scores. So, World Bank and IMF has this system of assessment that looks at the project design, implementation, and actually provides a score that is, you know, this is a complex rating mechanism looking at the procurement, at the medium-term planning, the selection of the projects, and trying to see if this scoring, medium, above medium, like similar like Uli did for the financial sector, whether this would also show us that better, more sounder public investment management would actually have positive impact on the multiplier. So thanks for that suggestion, and it's great. So it was more a comment than a question. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll have one last question.
Thank you. Regarding that crowding in and out, generally in the, EMD situation, I think we are crowding in investment and we are crowding out risks in a very real situation. So in that front, I would like to ask regarding the triple P model, the public-private partnership, which is actually emerging tools to have that adjustment or whatever the physical measures. So in that line, how we actually have that kind of quantitative measures will complement to enhance the robustness of the triple P model. In fact, the triple P model is an emerging tools now. So now how you can complement or, is basically a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I guess there's three things that we don't cover that are very important to probably cover on this topic. I don't know how much will end up in the actual paper going into it, but they matter a lot. One is FDI, which we don't cover at all. One is the public-private partnership that you discussed, which we don't cover at all. and I guess also very relevant, is state-owned enterprises and the role of those state-owned enterprises in investment. So I guess all I can say is that we could probably look into this and try to figure out how we can try to assess the role of PPPs in crowding in. So yeah, sorry, no good clear answer there.
PPP is not considered in this paper. Yes.
Thank you very much, Franz, for your elucidating responses. I have one question and one suggestion. You didn't respond to one of my questions about the failure to include human capital investment among the categories of public investment. Is there a reason for that? And about investigating the heterogeneity of multipliers in different settings. Here is one of my favorite economists from the World Bank. Now back in China, Justin Ifulin. He investigated the degree of harmony between a country's competitive advantage and the adopted trade industrial policy regime, and he is of the opinion that if you get that wrong, then all things go wrong, right? And I thought it might be an additional potentially beneficial angle from which to approach the question of heterogeneity.
So yeah, I mean, I guess part of my response in saying that I didn't estimate or didn't look, or I just took other people's work on the sort of the needs is, I guess they were just focusing on infrastructure in many ways and not the human capital side. I don't know directly of any estimates on the human capital front. So that would be interesting to know and to learn. And yes, thank you for the suggestion. We'll look into it, definitely.
We have estimates in the bank of the human capital losses during the COVID, and we have also estimates what it would take to cover some of these human capital losses. As you know, human capital there is a human capital project in the World Bank. It's a very, very difficult way. It's not an easy methodology to measure actual, human capital investment needed. But I think there is some attempt of doing it in the World Bank, and just only happened not to show it, but it's of course very important component of that work. As a motivation, we can add it.
Thank you. Probably this is one of the very important research area now we need because we have limited resources, but many work to do, such as climate change and so on. So if public investment can induce more private investment, that will help a lot to face the challenge we have ahead. Thank you, Dr. Luke and Taejong Kim, for a wonderful presentation and discussion. This will wrap up the today's all the session. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for the interactive discussion, and please give another big round of applause to our chair for leading all the sessions despite having a cold. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this comes to the end of day one. I would like to thank all of our speakers for sharing your excellent knowledge and in-depth information with us, and especially all of you for your cooperation support. We hope you found our dialogue to be useful and informative, and we hope to see you tomorrow for day two as well. Thank you once again, and enjoy the day. Thank you very much.